Hello, hello, hello. One second, one second. Pull up on antivirus. Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? I'm hoping that my audio is a bit better than last time, or my setup. Sorry, I'm using a PowerPoint. I'm trying to be inventive because last time, using the note stuff didn't really quite work. And I'm going to be posting this recording to YouTube. This is part 2 for those who are unaware. I did a part 1 on Monday, I believe, of defending woke takes. So, which woke takes are still valid in 2026? I think these are the 3 we have left, I believe. But we can always add more if we feel like there is more to talk about. I have seen the news that Dr. Jason unfortunately passed away. I was thinking about maybe doing a story about it, but it feels a bit early. Lest I be accused of trying to, Shan, multifaceted thoughts and feelings. That is the kind of person I do like having in my life, Shan. I don't think I've come across you, Shan, before. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining me this time. Nice to see you. Hopefully you have some interesting contributions to this. That'll be nice. So the format of this is kind of like a radio show. Jump on stage. Give me your thoughts about this. The origins of this idea about this topic is essentially looking at, as we're starting to have a come to Jesus moment around these debates and these topics, seeing which ones are still valid and still hold through. I should have probably did a separate flyer on all the ones we've done. You've spoken to me on the live before. I don't remember. was that like last year? I've been doing lives for a while, so I don't remember you in my more recent lives. I'll be honest. But nice to see you again. Why are you not out on a Friday night? Someone was asking me like about doing lives on a Friday, and I was like, ain't anybody going nowhere, man. I don't know if it's because it's too hot or what, because you expect someone to be more active, but people just don't really go out that much nowadays. I know I haven't been out properly, like out in a while. Like, I go to stuff that my friends are hosting, but I wouldn't usually be doing, like just going out. For a reminder, this was the version 1. This is the woke takes we did last week. You're trying to complete an assignment. Am I helping or distracting from that mission? You might be in the wrong place if you're trying to. Or maybe just if you're listening to it in the background, maybe that might help you. I don't know, help is the wrong word. But maybe that might not be as distracting as you coming on stage to share your thoughts. Are you studying something? Krona, how are you? So this is as a reminder for those that were not here for the first one. This was all the topics we started with. Abolish police. You don't remember abolish police? Hey, perfume plug. What's your name? How are you? I didn't say what's your name. Sorry. How you been? You're studying law. Law is hard. Law is very, very challenging and tricky. I'm not bad, man. I'm quite sleepy actually. I just woke up from a nap. I had some moth cans today. First time having that. I don't want to show it on TikTok before before I get taken down. These takes are crazy. Don't you remember Fug, you seem surprised. You don't remember the woke era of like 2015 or so? I nap in this heat, bro. I think the nap that's what you can do in this heat, man. If you're not napping in this heat, like I think my room gets pretty decently cold. So I end up. What's up, man? Give me a second. I end up like it's not as bad, and my fan is here. My fan is right here. If you guys can see that, I got my fan from Lidl. So I think this fan does a good job. You're sleeping during 7. Anyway, what do I call you? Fergus?
Fergs.
How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good, and you?
I'm not bad. I don't think you were here for my first conversation.
Nah. Just come across my free page now.
Oh, nice, man. So this was the you act like you can't find me. This was the topics I did. What the Machiavelli? What the hell? Why do I got some free cast niggas in here, man? So anyway, on Monday, are you guys okay? Alright, let's start tapping the screen. Let's start getting the likes up so we can get more people in here. The more likes we have, the more people we get. If you want to join my fan club, send me a heart or something, so you can join the fan club. And I can feed my family, and I don't really get paid for that, but it just helps me grow. Anyway, so on Monday, I started doing these topics, and the idea was basically to kind of go through the live started 5 minutes ago, so we haven't really got into it. I'm still kind of warming up, getting people orientated, and to feed my kids, guys. So on Monday, I did a initial conversation about this, and the idea was like, I think it was mainly around the trans women stuff, right? Like a lot of people are talking now about trans women, and people are finally calling out the fact that for a long time it was very crazy for us to just like go along with trans women are women, which is kind of an extreme position. And so I was reflecting, and I was like, which positions were considered like normal, maybe not so long ago, where now they're viewed as like kind of a crazy take or crazy position.
So you don't hold to these takes?
No. I think these are crazy.
Okay.
So
Well,
like,
that's good engagement, mate.
it's always be engagement based. Some people actually do believe that, right? Like some people believe in this. Like, in fact, the first one, I think I was kind of convinced that maybe it's still kind of true. So it wasn't.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, good question. It's this whole idea that because black women can suffer racism and also sexism, they're kind of like at the bottom of society. Like basically they're the ones that gets most powered on, the most challenges, the most trials and tribulations and stuff because they're black and women.
Right.
And you had like some a black girl came on, and she was, oh, thank you for the follow already. Yeah, nice. And you had a black girl come on and kind of give a take about that, and she was like, oh, like I've really noticed, like when I'm going around, people notice I'm black and they treat me some kind of way, that kind of stuff. And then so on Monday we touched on the first one. We touched on trans women are women. We touched on hate speech is not free speech. We touched on believe all women. I think the trans women are women. We touched on that a little bit, but most people tend to kind of agree that they're not women. So we didn't really end up talking much about it. I'm gonna bring a couple more people up, and then so the ones we haven't touched are the ones that are on my PowerPoint thing, which I'm gonna hide the other one. Although if you have any takes on the ones we've done before, maybe I can just always get your take on that as well. So do you believe in any of these, or do you disagree with all of
them? I believe that hate speech is not free speech.
Oh, so you think there should be some kind of hate speech exemption to free speech?
No, I believe that if you're actively preaching hate speech, that doesn't fall under free speach.
Oh yeah, that's what I just said basically. You feel like free speech shouldn't be extended to cover stuff that you consider hate.
No, not at all.
Right. Okay. Perfume plug. You can request again. By the way, I'll bring multiple people up this time. Okay, so that's one that you disagree with. I think that was the one that we actually spent the most amount of time on Monday, to be honest. So the idea was to go through the ones that we hadn't gone through.
Yeah, I don't mind hitting some points that you haven't gone through yet.
Okay, so we start with, and also I think the other idea is also if you guys have anyone you can think of, like do you remember like the kind of COVID era? I don't know how old you are, but like remember the COVID era where people were just saying like that was like the BLM, George Floyd stuff.
Yeah.
And people were just saying everything. You remember when the whole colorist stuff came out, where like everyone's old tweets were getting exposed for being colorist, and Nella Rose and
from like
Maya Jama and this that. Oh, Big Mac, thank you so much. So that was like that crazy time where like that was just mad stuff happening, and so I'm trying to get like some takes from that era. So if there's anything you guys remember as well, like that was like a slogan that we used to say back then, but you guys thought like that was kind of ridiculous, you can come on stage and let me know about that as well, and I'll add it to
I think I'll come.
to the.
Wait, Paul, can you hear me? Sorry.
Have you spoke about women athletes are underpaid?
No, I haven't done that one yet.
That's an interesting one. I got a take on that.
You got to take on that one. Okay, let me hide the.
Wait, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Wait, sorry, I'm just trying to hide my the top one so we can focus on the ones we haven't done. Give me a second, guys. Why is it not hiding? Hide that one. Okay, let's just do this. Come on.
How you doing, man?
I'm not bad. I'm just trying to hide something. Ah! Can I just not hide it here? Like, okay, hide. Ah, finally. Okay, alright, so let's get into this then. Should we start with abolish? But you guys remember when we were talking about abolishing the police? I think that was around George Floyd.
Yeah.
Someone says hate speech prevents free speech. Yeah. So that was around George Floyd, and a lot of people felt like the police are doing too much. Some people, some left. Hello, Christopher. How are you? Some leftist people say that the police are a tool of white supremacy because back in the day the police was invented as slave catchers, well, in America anyway. And so because of that, we should look towards abolishing the police and creating a new system to try and better suit our needs in the 21st century. And that actually caught on quite a bit because I remember when the Nigeria. Are you guys, is anyone on speak Nigerian?
Nah,
No.
I'm Caribbean.
Caribbean. Oh, okay. There was a time where the Nigerian protests were going on. I think it was 2022. Was it? No, it wasn't 2022. It was 2022 or something. And there
I
was a
remember
massive.
that.
Was it 2020? I think it might have
I
been
think it's
2020 actually.
2021 around them times.
2021. Oh, okay. And there was a massive push around like we should abolish police because Nigerian police, as Nigerian police are extremely like their one is kind of different. And these mad people like they corrupt, they unalive people, they extort people. So the movement actually kind of went global. And I think now most people are kind of saying like, okay, that doesn't really make sense. We do need to have police. So does anyone here think I agree with like the abolishing police? Maybe again, you might believe some people say it, but they'd be like, I don't mean like we should abolish police, we shouldn't have any, but like we should try and replace them with an institution or a body that's more representative of what we need in the 21st
Yeah.
century. How do you guys
Yeah.
see that? Let me start from Ferg. You came up first. Let me start with you, and then we can go around.
So like you said, not take away a law enforcement system but replace it with something different. Yeah, ideally that would be nice, but it's not the system itself that is corrupt, it's the people inside of it.
Right.
A lot of people who become police officers, they were a bit neat, like nerdy in school, they might have been bullied. So when they become police officers, they get into that position of power, and then they use that authority that they think that they have and then push it on other people. So what needs to happen is there should be better screening for people who become police officers, because it just seems like nobody wants to be a police officer anyway because people already hate the police, so they just let anyone in. And these people that become police officers, they're not fit for the role. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Right,
So
right,
I don't
right,
think abolishing the police is the
the
narrative.
solution.
Maybe, yeah, that's not the solution. It's just screening of people who become police officers should be more arduous than what it is now. In the UK, I can't speak for the rest of the
Yeah,
world.
Mr. Roy, good point. I mean, someone just asked me about the professor that just lost his life, and I did reflect on that story, and I was like, should I do it? I don't know if it just seems a bit early because I mean I did a video on him, right?
It's a bit early, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit satirical. The video I did. Obviously, I don't feel responsible for him or what what happened to him or anything like that. But it does seem like talking about that now just seems a bit not quite the time. Curated. What's that reaction? All right, let me get Yolo's reaction to abolish the police. The thing about these things is that it's usually fun when you have people that actually agree with the takes, because then you can kind of like hear more of what they have to say and kind of stuff. When people kind of disagree, like think like they're all crazy takes, then obviously if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But I'm not gonna say like make up a position just to like entertain us, but like it can be just quite fun sometimes to kind of do one where there are people that defend them or something like that. So we had a very spicy conversation around the hate speech and free speech one, so maybe we can get to that a bit later. Anyway, Yolo, please go.
Yeah, I think when people were talking about.
You sound really quiet, buddy.
Wait, sorry, can you hear me now?
No, and he's still a bit quiet.
Wait, sorry, bro, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you sound very quiet.
Wait, should I come off and request to join back?
I don't know. Is your volume loud enough? Or should I turn my volume up? Am I the only
Yeah,
one?
turn yours up. I can hear him.
It's
Oh,
usually fine now.
maybe it's me. Okay, go on then.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on, bro.
Oh yeah, what I was saying was, I think a lot of people that are talking about abolishing the police, it just made no sense to me because a lot of the time they didn't have any plausible alternatives for it. It was more so just the community like policing itself.
Right.
And I feel like abolishing police, it kind of came obviously like you said after the George Floyd thing. It was kind of a reactionary response. They saw one instance where there was obviously a lot of police brutality, and they just thought the whole idea globally of policing is bad.
Yeah.
And that's what I didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not trying to defend the position, but I think again there are important country-specific areas here. But I think the idea was that, for example, in America, the police are the first port of call for like, let's say you haven't heard from your neighbor in like 5 days, you called 999 and they'll send the police to go and check it out. And we've seen cases where like those welfare calls then lead to like them just shooting someone that was like mentally ill or something like that.
Oh yeah, what was that woman's name? She got unalived. Something Macy, I think.
Something Macy.
Well, yeah, something like she flew. Apparently she flew both water, but she never actually done anything bad, and then after they unalived her,
Yeah,
it was
stuff
just
like
a
that.
welfare
Yeah,
check.
yeah. Exactly. So like, I think that the idea behind that was like, you know what, we don't need these people in their current form, and we could do a better job of like addressing this. If I look at the UK, that did kind of come to the UK, but as I look at the UK, Camille, that's a fair question, isn't it? Yeah, like we don't want.
Defenseless nurse is crazy.
Yeah, I guess we do. Yeah, we don't want people that are vulnerable doing those checks. I mean, maybe in that instance, the police can still be there and some kind of mental health, practitioner or something like that. We don't even know, but like, it does seem actually like sending someone who's vulnerable in there makes less sense, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then you had like a Nigeria, angle of it, abolish police. Again, Nigeria's one is different because the police. I think Nigeria's one was centered around. If you guys don't know, there was a group, a part of the police called the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, and what they did was like, basically they had the right to just stop you without a warrant and like ask to search you and see if you've committed theft, which seems so random. But part of that involved like extorting people and stuff like that. And so that was kind of crazy. Anyway, perfume plug. What should I call you? Perfume plug seems like a weird name to call you.
Jay. You can call me Jay.
Jay. What's your take?
I agree with it as a slogan.
Really?
Because I think slogans should be,
Rage baiting.
yeah, rage bait antagonistic.
Oh, okay.
Because the goal isn't necessarily to reach the slogan, but it's to find some improvement along that line.
Okay.
And to create conversation. If people, if saying like, let's change the way we police and look at policing and have other, it's not as catchy. But if you say abolish the police, you can grab someone's attention.
Yeah.
I agree with what you guys I think you can, you were mentioning about safety checks with certain people.
Yep.
I think in New York now they're trying to get other people to do it who aren't the police but who are trained, right? So not like defenseless people, but you don't want someone who is necessarily a general police officer or even like someone who's more trained to deal with the violent acts to deal with someone who needs a level of softness. So
I like that.
it needs different levels of training, and there's obviously like the other maybe class and analysis you can do, which is that police are mostly there to protect the interest of capital as opposed to our interests. So abolish police I agree with as a slogan. It doesn't necessarily mean I think we should abolish the police. It means like I think it should be changed heavily. Back. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, sorry, my connection went off for some reason. My bad.
No, you're good.
Froze.
And then if someone said something like reform police, wouldn't that have been a better slogan?
It's not as fun though, isn't it?
But I think it's more convincing.
It sounds
though, right?
more plausible.
Yeah.
When you say reform,
Yeah, but I think you need a
reformation
level
sounds
of,
more plausible than abolition.
but you need
So,
a level of pragmatism that doesn't come up with as much. Because realistically, if you say reform police, everyone's going to agree, right? But nobody's going to do anything about it. At least if you say abolish, it can a bit more pragmatic, and you get a bit more.
Someone in
actual
the comments
conversation.
said something good. It says the police needs to be good enough where people would be proud to join. Right now, there's active resentment from
Yeah.
every community towards the police.
Yeah.
There
And I
is?
feel like that's the biggest.
there?
100%.
I don't mind the
Especially
police.
after
No shade.
you don't mind the police.
I mean,
I actually don't mind the police.
You
I
might be the 0.1% of black people who don't mind the police.
really?
I'll be so real.
I don't
There's
think so. I feel like black people, especially the older black people, they're very conservative, and they don't.
Wait, where did you grow up?
I grew up in like Essex, like East London. Well,
Easy, that's there we go then.
Yeah, there you
No,
go.
but
There
I'm
we
from
go.
North though.
If you grew up in London, then you probably would
Yeah.
feel
Really?
more resentment towards the police. As
There's a few
black
people in
kid.
my school who joined the
No,
police.
but
and
Fergie, I feel
everyone
like
hates
with
them.
UK police, like we kind of have it better than other countries.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, it's not as-
They don't bother me. They've never like. I think we used to have a policeman outside our secondary school. Bro was just
Yeah,
on a
most
bike.
secondary
Bro was just
schools have
doing
that.
nothing. Bro literally was on a bike in shorts. Well, in summer, like just doing nothing, just chatting. So I never
Obviously,
really
some people
noticed
dislike
the-
them more.
the
But obviously-
antagonism towards them, which gets into like stop and search and stuff, and like some people saying I guess that could be a hot point right around like profiling people and stuff like that, which I'm
It's
told
not as
that's a
bad in
huge
this country,
problem.
to be honest. It's
If
not
you
as
live
bad
in
in
a
this
UK
specific
police.
area, you'll feel it more.
Oh really? So
Yeah,
what was
it
your
depends on
experience
the
going? Did you notice like kind of like irritation with how the police deal with you and stuff? Or
Yeah.
What
I've
you experienced or what?
I've never I've never done anything wrong, but
Right.
I've been cuffed. I've been stopped and searched just plainly because I've heard a description in the area. They want to stop me. You know, I've been put in handcuffs, been manhandled for no
Handcuffs?
reason. Yeah. For no reason. So I the way I feel towards the police is probably not how everyone feels. I don't mind them, but they do silly things sometimes.
Oh, fair
That's
enough.
why I wouldn't be a
I
police
see your
officer.
point. Levi says, "Do you think the way you dress can impact how you're perceived by police, and is it valid?"
100%. Our school changed the sixth form dress code. We had to dress smart so that we weren't perceived as more like dangerous to
Really?
local people and to police. Yeah,
What area did you grow up in?
Edmonton.
Edmonton. Oh, okay. Was there
Oh,
like
you're from that area, Fairs.
was that in response to like a lot of bad stuff happening? Let's just say that.
A
Probably.
bit of both. Yeah, probably, to be honest. But I don't know if it changed anything. But
Oh,
we all had to wear shirt and tie.
fair enough.
That's
What
a good
school was
question that person asked though, because when I got cuffed, I was in a phobe, so that's probably 10 times worse. So
Was it like a
Wait.
what did the people like a terror suspect or something?
that was
Black and
but listen,
xenophobe is a bit
it was
mad
silly.
to them though, because that's like two communities they do not f with.
Yeah.
Black and in a phobe, so it's like double whammy.
No, okay, fair enough. I mean, I was actually gonna kind of agree with Levi a little bit there, but I wasn't thinking about a though. I was thinking about like where I grew up.
Tracksuit.
Track to exactly when you go somewhere like that, and like there have been times where it's mad hot, and my thing to that was like if I was in the summer, like today was 33 degrees or whatever, and I saw someone in a tracksuit, I'd probably be suspicious about them too.
Yeah, I saw someone wear like a puffer, and I was like, this guy should be stopped and said. I'm sorry to say.
I think if you're in a
can't,
ski mask for me, I genuinely understand it.
Yeah, that's
I remember
that's a true one.
I think it was last year. It was hot. This guy's wearing shorts and a ski mask and like a belly and everything, and he just takes out this huge zombie knife, throws it underneath the car, runs away because he hears the police coming.
Same,
Yeah,
man.
if someone's wearing there's no reason for you to wear a balaclava or a ski mask. There's no reason, man.
All right,
Unless you're a criminal.
Unless exactly what you're saying. It's too hot for that. I think we kind of covered the first one more or less. I think most of us. I mean, perfume plug. Jay, I should say, probably Jay. I like the fact that you actually gave us something to think about in terms of the rage baitiness of popular slogans designed to kind of stimulate conversation and get people thinking. I think ultimately most people that hear it wouldn't even want to know more. So I think ultimately, I'm not sure if I agree with you there. And a lot of these politicians now, at least in the US anyway, they've all kind of been disavowing this slogan because they kind of realize like it's not really a winning battle. Especially again, the countries are specific, right? America is an incredibly violent country. I think they have like 20,000 murders a year. So if you're living in that kind of place and you're talking about like we don't need the police, really, bro, you sound ridiculous. So maybe we should go to the third one. I think someone said that there's one. Female athletes are underpaid. Let's just go around the room and just like yes, no kind of thing. Do you guys agree? Do you guys let's start with that first, and then we'll think about where to go with it first. See if I start with
hold on.
Ferg at the bottom.
Yeah. So are we saying this is an issue, or are we saying?
Yeah. So that'll be the slogan. Someone will say that like female athletes are so underpaid, and then
I don't think it's an issue.
You think it's an issue? Okay. Yoda, what about you?
I'll say why. Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah, just get the
I don't think they're underpaid.
How about you, Jay?
I don't think I'm educated enough on that one.
Fair enough. Someone asked me in what sport. A very, very good question.
Yeah, because tennis
Let's
they
talk
paid
about
the same, no?
WNBA and football.
WNBA and football. I mean, they're paid less than the men in those sports. I guess we, if you want to talk, I won't hold you. I won't restrict you on which sport you wanna say.
I would say for popular sports like, for example, football, basketball, you have to understand that yes, it is a sport, but it's also a business. The thing that pays these players is the revenue that they make from sponsorships and people watching it on either streaming services or the TV or whatever. If more people are watching the Premier League versus the Women's Premier League, you're going to make more money from that. So inherently, there'll be more pay to go around for the male athletes. A lot of people that say that don't even watch women's sports as well, which is the funny thing. Like, people bark up and, oh, women don't get paid enough. But they'll watch the Super Bowl over, the Women's Champions League final. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I've ever watched that in my life. No
I don't even
disrespect.
know when. Yeah, I actually don't know when it is.
Do you see what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Or
the
the
season's
Women's
a bit
World Cup.
different to the men's one, isn't it?
There we go.
Yeah.
Though even the Women's World Cup, I don't think I've watched one game at all.
I think I've seen those before. Those can be quite. If there's nothing to do or whatever, those can be quite like.
There we go. If there's nothing to do, last option, you're just gonna.
It can be nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it can be nice to have one. Like sometimes you see some crazy goals. I think I saw Carly Lloyd, the US one, where she scored some halfway line goal. That was a really good goal, actually, like a few years ago.
Yeah, they're not
Maybe
bad
if-
athletes. Don't get me wrong. They're not bad athletes at all. It's just that the men's version of the sport is way more popular and way more money is coming in.
Maybe we could say female sport is underfunded.
Underfunded. Yeah, I mean, yeah, good point. Do you know what my theory is about this, right? About this, at least when it comes to the kind of sports that they play, that men also play. I think they need to adapt the rules a bit better. Like when I watch basketball,
Lower hoop.
lower hoops, smaller
Yeah,
ball.
guys are trying to see dunks, man.
It's like there's
But
no reason why you
the
should be
women
playing.
in the WNBA are still tall though. They're all 6 foot plus. They're probably taller than
That's
us here.
not very tall though. Like for
Yeah,
basketball.
they're not like
No, but
6,
Angel
7,
Reese is
7
considered
foot.
tall, but she's 6'3". But for NBA player, that's like
But I think
No,
also
you know what I
it
mean?
doesn't even have to be relevant to the NBA stuff. Like, what would another woman want to see? Like, or what would the audience want to see? And in the world
You
in
have to
which
ask
you have
the
like
woman.
making layups, it just doesn't seem like you have to be able to dominate the game. Like, and I think that's part of we with the W. Someone says. Anyway, YOLO. What's your take?
I think a lot of the female athletes that complain about the pay, they understand basic supply and demand. They're not idiots, but I feel like they think they should get paid the same as men's athletes just because they're famous. It's like an entitlement. They see it as I'm famous, I should be getting paid the same, even though we do not generate the same amount.
Right.
And I don't remember the exact percentage when it came to the NBA and WNBA, but the women basketballers, they were getting paid a higher percentage of the league's revenue than the men's anyways, and they still wanted more, and they were nowhere near operating. If anything, they were operating at a loss.
Yeah, I think
and
the
NBA actually had
WNBA
to bail
lose
them out.
money. Yeah, they don't really.
Yeah,
get
exactly.
that.
The NBA had to bail them out, so they actually get help from the NBA, but they still complain to them and kind of make out like it's their fault. And even like what Fergie was saying about a lot of people barking up about it. You know, at the World Cup, I saw a lot of women complaining about obviously the women's sports not getting as much attention. But the women's AFCON started straight after the World Cup. Tickets were only like £1.50. Those same women complaining weren't taking an interest in the women's AFCON. So they complain a lot on
Women don't
TikTok,
really
but-
enjoy sports, it seems.
But it's like, if it's about supporting women, surely you should at least try. Why would the girls supporting girls? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I feel like for them, it's not even a case of like supporting just because like just to show support. You have to actually enjoy it, and I think women generally just don't enjoy sports. It doesn't get them going in the same way. Especially like stuff like football. It's just not very sexy. Because even I find football boring sometimes. You know when you deep sometimes football, you watch a game, 100+ minutes, and it's one goal. One goal.
I know what you mean, yeah. And I still watch football every week. I know what you mean, yeah.
Like during the World Cup, I was like, some of these games are so boring. Like there's nothing going on.
Someone said, wait, how do you know they aren't supporting them? Because you know the women's AFCON tickets, they're only £1.50, but the stadiums were very empty and the tickets were £1. And no one was speaking about the tournament.
Like, even
which
the
was a shame.
UK, the Women's Premier League, the tickets are very cheap.
Yeah.
Very cheap. But like they don't.
The
they
Arsenal
didn't
women's
really
team
sell
are doing
out.
all right. I have respect for them. Arsenal women's team.
I have respect.
They're doing decent. No, honestly, like,
That's funny. But you say
they
like
play
that.
at the
I have
Emirates,
respect for
like,
them.
they actually do, they're doing decent.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're all in agreement on this one then.
Yeah.
It seems like. Who's this new guy that's brought on stage? What's your name, buddy?
Yo, hold on. Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I was just wondering what your name was. I don't know what to call you.
I think you can just call me Moid.
Moid.
Yeah, you can call me Moid.
Alright, fair enough then. Where do you stand on this?
Yeah.
Do you think female athletes are underpaid? Do you think we should be paying them more? I guess, again, maybe I should probably give some of the pushback take to this, which is around the fact that, you know, if it starts to grow and get bigger and bigger, then obviously more people are going to watch it. But there is some kind of moral imperative, you might say, to help it grow up to the point where then like people can start to enjoy and watch it. So what would you say to that?
Wait, did you say moral imperative?
Yeah, like we should
What would
help
be
it.
like the reason? No, but like what is that?
Just equality in it. Like, men play, women play.
No, but what would that have to do with like morality, like helping women's
Not
sports?
moral imperative in the sense of like
You're
it's
just using
immoral to not
buzzwords.
help them. The point is not like it's immoral to not help them per se. I guess the point is like it can't grow organically without support. It's a bit like you might have
Yeah,
what do you call it, the Paralympics. Like these people are disadvantaged, right, because of physical differences, and in a world in which yes, it's not as fun to watch the Paralympics 100-meter final as it is to watch the Olympics. It would still be nice, like we do try to like kind of owe it to them as part of our society to help them live their life to the fullest. So if that
yeah, I
involves
think
us like
yeah,
supporting
I think pragmatically would be the case that like in a society we have like some not obligation but like some reasons to like help support these type of sports, especially Paralympics. I'm not so saying the same thing with female sports. I think female sports is different. I think Paralympics is obviously they are, you would say, inherently disadvantaged compared to like the actual Olympics, right? Like the standard Olympics. So I think we have like reasons to like help them, like just pragmatically, but not morally. I don't think it's like necessarily immoral if I don't help like a Paralympic or even female at like sports, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah. Again, immoral is probably the wrong term. Like, it's not like you're a bad person. I mean, to be fair, you can be a bit of a bad person for not doing it. Sometimes depends on how you depends on how you view that. But I get your point. Mutak, you say you got a take on this. If your take is yeah, they are not underpaid because of what the other person just said, I'm gonna roll my eyes at you.
Nah, if I feel like it depends on the sport because different sports have different pay structures. Like for example, the basketball ones now, funnily enough, like they get paid like the amount of they got like a percentage of revenue that they get paid, And funnily enough, the men's their percentage of how much they get from the revenue they generate is less than the women's basketball.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Someone made that point.
Yeah, even though obviously they still get paid less, if that makes sense. So if you're talking about them being underpaid in that case, then I would say no, because you're taking a chunk of the revenue, and the chunk of revenue that you're getting, you're not bringing enough revenue. So obviously now if it's football now and it's talking about contracts now, right? Obviously that's a different issue. That means you need to go and blame the clubs for that issue. Obviously they get a bit from their sponsorships, etc. But as I think we said before, it's just not that appealing to the general audience. That could be due to the fact that
some people are arguing about something in the comments. I'm getting distracted. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like that could be due to the fact that women weren't allowed to participate in sports before.
Yeah, actually, there is also that, right? Yeah, like
Yeah, there is that. Yeah, so obviously, funnily enough, in the UK, the women were the first big tournament was actually like a women's one, actually, funny enough, because the men went off to war back in like World War One. So football came from them, funny enough. But after they came back, Loki just got banned, and then ever since they've not been able to do it, which is kind of peak. So if they had the same amount of time, then I think the entertainment value might have been kind of the same. Again, I do think that if they adapted the pitch and the rules a bit, as in I've always said this, right? For women's football, the goals need to be smaller, the pitch needs to be smaller. Not by a significant margin, but I'll be seeing them shoot the ball, and the ball's right on top of the goalkeeper, and she can't reach it.
Yeah.
She can't reach it because
I got a funny anecdotal story about that. I remember when I was in secondary school, and we had a female girls football game, and first of all, no one wanted to go in goal. Right, it was even a massive struggle to get 11 players, but then this girl decided to go in goal, and bless her, she stood behind the goal line, and we were all trying to tell her from outside, like, no, you have to move forward because if you catch the ball here, it's going to be a goal. And she just couldn't understand what we were talking about. She didn't quite hear us. Again, bless her, like she was kind of stressed. And she actually did catch the ball, and it was a goal. And it was like, they just don't quite get it in the same way. Like, it's fair enough. Anyway, I think we all agree on this one. People are asking.
Just jump on the back of what bro said quickly about the goals being smaller than that. In certain sports, like the one I can think of is like field hockey and lacrosse. The rules are slightly different for girls and boys. Like lacrosse is a full contact sport for men, but for girls, they wear smaller headgear. They don't wear body stuff. The contact's less. I feel like there are certain biological differences for men and
that you
women,
have to account for.
so they
And I
should
think
cater.
the sport should actually it's not like sexist for them to adapt the rules so that it's better. I feel like some people might say that, oh, you know, that's sexist because you're now you're changing stuff just because of their gender. No, just think of it this way: it's economically better for them to do that, because if you have a smaller pitch, the goals are smaller.
Everyone wants to talk
Well,
about.
it's gonna be more. It's gonna be
Professor
more
Jason.
entertaining. It's gonna be more entertaining, and if it's more entertaining, more people will watch it. If more people watch it, they'll get more money.
All
Simple.
All right. Okay. I want to drop everyone now and reflect before I think about the next topic, if you guys don't mind.
Okay.
People are asking me about talking about Jason. I just need to. Oh, wait, before you guys go, by the way, okay, you guys, can you all join my fan club thing, please, so I can grow and feed my family?
Yeah, where is it?
I think you go send me a heart me, and then that puts you in a fan club thing. Just so I can feed my family and grow. Yolo, I'm looking at you, and Mutak, I'm looking at you as well.
I'm in it already, no?
Oh, you are?
Wait, so what do you want me to send you to get into it?
A heart me. I don't know what that is. I don't know how you send it.
Oh. Beyonce, bro, this Beyonce girls are here. Bro.
Yeah, like
So jarring.
the girls on their private account just be causing absolute menace.
AJ, you made a video today. Was it yesterday or today? About, I think it was something to do with gender, or was it sex, or something like
What
that.
did I say?
I
Oh, the
think I
guy
put a
that is it? The
comment.
guy? You're not a girl. That's even worse, mate. A man
That's
is moving
even
like
worse.
this.
You're goofy.
A man is
You're
moving like this.
You're goofy.
What was the video I made? Was it about the guy that said his gender is not passed down, but his sex is passed down or whatever?
Yeah, or something like that. I mean, I read the title of the video and what you were saying. I think I put a comment in there. I think it was probably over, like it was too long, probably. But like, apparently, from what I've read and what some people that do
Wait,
gender
you
studies
guys
told
haven't
me.
guys haven't joined yet. Can you guys join, please?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know how to join.
Yeah, send me a heart me. I think I don't know how to send stuff. I don't even.
I
Send
don't know
stuff.
how to do that.
Okay, neither do
I
I.
feel like an uncle right now.
Someone tell him. I don't know. So I've never had to do it. I never had to do it before. But it's really important for my growth. So I think it's when you want to send the rose thing. Instead of sending the rose, you send the heart thing. Or the guys, how do you do it? Someone tell him, please. Mutak, how did you do it? You click on join.
I pressed like, I think is it the top left.
Top left.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, there you go. Hello. Top left. Okay, thank you, Levi, man. Appreciate that. Okay, can we while we do that, can we vote in the comments? Is it insensitive to talk about Professor RJ right now? Is it RJ? Can we guys? Because I don't want to get cancelled, but I want it to be a joint enterprise. Thank you for the follow, Ferg. So if I get cancelled, then you guys get cancelled, then we all get cancelled together. So I'm gonna be like, oh guys, by the way, it wasn't my decision. Everyone was asking about it, and they were all like, let's talk about it. So I wanted to give the people what they want. Okay, right now we've got 3 people saying no. It's 4 people. Okay, it's just 2 people saying, 3 people saying one thing. That's just
Wait, what was the question?
Because the professor just passed away. I think he might have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people were asking me if we should talk about it. I guess the media reaction and stuff like that, in terms of like, oh, you know, how responsible should the people that were covering it feel?
Wait,
Obviously,
is he controversial or something?
he didn't follow the story of the professor that apparently was
He
making
apparently
up
did
stuff.
some plagiarism and stuff in his
Yeah,
book.
and then he was like saying a lot of sensational claims about what he's done and what he hadn't done, and people found that, and then he resigned. But they obviously, like, you know, the right wing media, like, you know how they are, like, in terms of, oh, this is the proof that black people don't belong in Cambridge, or, you know, they're always just taking some extra
Oh, they
shit.
done that angle.
Yeah, they were doing some extra stuff, like, you know, some kind of, oh, it's a DEI flex, blah blah blah. I mean, to be fair, the sad thing about it is I feel like they had more of a case on this one, because clearly this guy was just using his own, you know, his identity kind of did play a role, I'll be honest, in, you know, them probably believing his claims and stuff. But, you know, so people want to talk about it. I mean, I'm talking about it already, aren't I? I've got to do it now already, aren't I? So I made a video about it. Someone came in here and said, like, do I regret the video I made? Yeah, the video I made was kind of on a flex of, like, you know, he was, you know, a lot of people that were reacting to it initially were talking about the fact that, oh, people were trying to come at this guy. Okay, I think I'm gonna drop everyone and then bring people back on.
Yeah, go on.
Some people might come on again, but like for the meantime, let's refresh. So if you guys have any takes on Professor Jason, request and let me know. I think we'll suspend these ones for now. Is it too much to put his picture up? I don't know. Am I using the image of a man that's just passed away for my own commercial ends, and I'm not making money from this really. So I'm doing this in my capacity as a journalist. Maybe that goes a bit too far. If people don't know what we're talking about, they don't know what we're talking about. Do I trust this live? No, I don't know you guys. All right, I'll give you guys my take. In any event, I guess there's not really much to say, right? It's a very unfortunate situation, and if you choose to, I guess, be that sensational, that kind of stuff, people can find you out, and if people find you out, I guess they're not responsible to an extent for the fact that I guess you were lying. Like, he was lying about a lot of the things he said, and did he need to do all that? Maybe not. Like, that wasn't really necessary. So unfortunately, if you get found out, then I don't know. We live in an unfortunate media climate. Like, people are just gonna want to let it go, which maybe that speaks to a different case that some people want to critique. So I'm willing to hear critiques on that. Let me see who's requested, and we can see if anyone has any solid takes on this. I've seen some people say already that they think the media should be held accountable for this. Is there anyone that thinks that? Can you come forward? Oh wow! Someone said the Telegraph were running ads for weeks with his article. Is that like a duty of care thing? Like, should they have known better? Like, oh, this guy might be in a vulnerable situation, or is their case like, we're a media outlet, this is the biggest story going on right now, come and hear our coverage of it? I think you have to allow journalistic, what do you call it, leeway for people. Like, yeah, if you choose to run an ad on the biggest story going on in the country, is that bad because you have a duty of care to the person? Trial by media. I guess it was trial by media. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think trial by media in the sense of, like, once the facts started coming out, it did kind of speak for itself, I'm being honest. Like, if you start claiming, like, you ran 5 marathons in 7 days, or you didn't speak till you were 18, whereas people went to school with you and they knew you were speaking, that does seem a bit somehow. So I've got 3 requests. Any of you coming on to talk? Okay, Yolo said he was. Then let me bring someone who hasn't come up yet. I don't know how to. Wesley? Why is your name backwards, bro? Like, this is very hard to read. And do you have a take on this this conversation, or did you just request earlier as a legacy thing? No Tabzino. You've also requested. Is any of that worth the coverage it received? I mean, I think they went too far in terms of, like, the whole DEI angle. I'm not really a huge fan of, like, when they try to stretch stuff in that way. Because unfortunately, all our media right now, they're all like, I think we all kind of unfortunately. Oh, okay, fair enough. We're all kind of unfortunately following the Americans' footsteps. So everything's become a cultural war. It's about being on the right or wrong side of stuff, and so a lot of the media clearly saw it as their chance to dunk on the left, and say, "Aha! Look, this is clearly why there's no point of having these people in here, because this is kind of all they bring." And a lot of these people don't even know what they're doing, and I think, if we're being honest, there's probably maybe 15 to 20% of that. Like, I'm sure a lot of these professors that kind of kept on pushing him through, like, part of the reason why they were doing it was like, oh, this guy is like this minority that has a fantastic story, which I'm sure he probably crafted that to help that story, right? He clearly, like, I guess nowadays it's all about the narrative, so he was clearly adding all these extra stuff, because, like, let's say his work was good in and of itself, he didn't have to add all the extra stuff. Like, if you actually just did your, again, I don't know about the plagiarism stuff because I'm not a university professor, so I don't know what qualifies as plagiarism and what doesn't. But in a world in which you went to university, did your PhD at John Moores University, then you did that, you don't really have to add all this other extra stuff about, like, oh, I couldn't talk till I was 18. Like, is there a need to add all that? Like, just let your work speak for itself. If your work is good, then it's good. If it's not, then it's not. Obviously, overcoming adversity is, like, I guess, a decent thing to add and be like, okay, I had to overcome stuff like this. But, like, why were you adding all this extra stuff? Like, who was the guy that exposed him? Melsi? Am I pronouncing that? Melsi? People in academia make up law all the time. Do they? Are you in academia? Is that something you've noticed? I mean, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. And again, if you make up law that discredits your story, then that's kind of on you, don't know? Like, if people find you out and they realize that, okay, low-key, this guy was kind of bullshitting, that's not anyone else's fault. Like, that's your fault. If you just kept it straight, then you'd have been fine. Yeah, I'm not sure which of those claims YOLO like eventually led him to do that. I'll be honest. It's a good question. Which one was finally the one that I guess with the overall coverage, like it was clear, like unfortunately, the media wasn't gonna stop. And then the question then becomes like, should there be a kind of limit of like, oh, this person's been covered enough, leave them alone. Your point is that and plagiarism are two separate things. Wait, what are plagiarism? Sorry, like the kind of gassing stuff up. Exactly, Khalid, that's a very very good point. Like some people just aren't built for that, And again, it's something like as I'm growing on social media, I'll be honest. I probably need to do a better job of also just not reading too much of my comments. Because when you read comments to a video, or people even send you, but when I made the video about like I was talking about the trans stuff, right? And I said about how if I as a Nigerian Yoruba person decide to identify as Somali, then that wouldn't make sense because obviously you can't just identify as someone else. That was a very obvious point to follow. I promise you guys. Someone DM'd me talking about, or why you glazing Somali people? What? Like, how is that what I said? So those kind of comments can be so annoying and irritating. Like you end up replying to them, like you get your attention. And so I was like, bro, just don't be stupid. And then he sent me a V, and I just deleted the chat. That kind of stuff can happen. So Khalid, you make a very good point. Like some people just aren't built for the spotlight like that. Like it's a very, very crazy. Like no matter how big or small you are, people can turn on you overnight, and you kind of have to be ready to just like ignore it and just make it all go away or whatever. No, I don't agree on these takes. I thought it was kind of these are woke takes that I want to get people's opinions on. You couldn't read any the comments on any of the posts reporting his. Wait, sorry, what do you mean? Khalid, I don't get it. I don't quite follow. Lava, do you want to come on and give us your take? Oh, is there too much stupidity? Because I think he seems to have a strong opinion on this. I think Lava might have stronger opinions than most people on this. So I'd love to hear from her. Who just be commenting on some weird energy? Yeah, no, I think Khalid, I think that's a wise thing to do. Like, yeah, if you suspect they're gonna be like offensive or whatever. I'm frozen. Am I back? Lava, can you request, please? You wish you started this? Yeah, I think. Wait, deleting Twitter? I can never delete Twitter. I mean, maybe if I'm getting hounded on there, maybe I'll reflect on that. I mean, to be fair, I did have one time where I got cooked on Twitter. Do you guys want to know the story about that? I might tell you guys later. I made a post one time. I think it was like 2024. I was getting finished. In fact, there's sometimes right now where I'll go on a random account on Twitter and they have me blocked, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably from the 2024 saga, isn't it? Like that was a rough time for me. But I wasn't like upset by it, but like I did. Obviously, I reacted. Oh, you're right. I can't see you to invite you on. Yeah, it wasn't even by far right Twitter. It was literally about like Black Twitter. It was by Black Twitter. It was about women. Women run that app. Love, I can't see you to invite you on. That is a bit strange. Why is that? Tell us what you did. You guys want to know what I did? Nah, that was funny. I'll tell you guys. This was around the time where what do you call it? Do you remember when Charlemagne and what's the white comedian Andrew Schultz? Is it Andrew Schultz? Is that his name? The white comedian guy. It's funny enough. I actually don't have any color of his tweets. Not funny enough actually, because I was very dark skinned growing up, so I used to get insulted all the time for being dark skinned. So when I moved to this country, I was into white girls for a period. That's another different story, Sha. Anyway. Not funny. Khalid, do you know why I say funny enough? Because I'm human. I can accept my own limitations, and a lot of those people that are making colorist tweets, a lot of us were like in secondary school around these times. It's not that these people were like genuinely color. They were just reacting to what was a very, very bad climate as a child. What do you mean we're not shocked, Lava? What's that supposed to mean? I was a young pup. Obviously, it's a very simple thing. If I grow up in Nigeria where everyone's like Nigerian and black and looks like me, if I come to this place and there's like all these new, I don't know, different types of people, then obviously for a while I'm going to be like, wow, this is interesting. And then obviously then I regress to the mean eventually, and now team black women. Anyway, I was telling the story about I was born in Nigeria. I was born in Lagos. Did you see my video when I talked about when I got angry at that girl and talked about how I was born in Lagos? Mushi. That's how I was born. Yeah, so I don't think a lot of these people were like colorists. I think it was just like it's very easy to kind of go along. Like if everyone's saying something, it's like when people used to say like Blick and stuff in school. People that were like one shade lighter than you be calling you Blick. Is it because like they just hate you for your skin color or whatever? Clearly no. They were just like trying to fit in. And children, you know, one thing about children, they want to fit in. Like that is one. I mean, adults, human beings, you know, we are social creatures, right? So we all want to fit in, especially more so kids. So the whole witch hunt around that time, which is why I said like funny enough, because if I had some, it would be dumb because I am very dark myself. But that shows you how silly that whole stuff was. Like a lot of these people were saying, you know what, being colorist to people that were like 1 or 2 shades lighter than them. It wasn't because they actually just, you know, had some genuine, you know, feelings about this. It was just because like it was very easy to go along with it. Then you link that into like the the light skin obsession of like the 2010 to 2013, 2014 ish. My God, light skinned people were having their way. It was crazy. Light skin, that is this, light skin, this, light skin. Oh my God. Oh, okay, we get it. Anyway, I was telling the story about how I got cooked on Twitter. So maybe you guys might actually start cooking me too. It's so skits. Does skits mean good or bad? Kalik, we don't understand Irish slang, so I don't know what skits means. Is that Irish slang? Bad. Oh, Irish slang, that means bad. Oh, okay. Anyway, let me tell you the story of when I got cooked on Twitter. So it was around the time where Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne. Why is every black Irish person Nigerian? Good question. When Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne did that podcast, and they were talking about, I think they were making some jokes around. I don't remember exactly what the jokes were. Again, I wish I could share my screen and show you guys videos, but TikTok is gonna ban my content if I do so. And so, anyway, there was a whole conversation around like how I think they made some jokes about black women, which I didn't think were that deep. I thought they made some jokes that were like, I don't know, were the jokes like in poor taste? I think they might have been, but like everyone made a whole referendum of like, oh my God, this is how black women are the most disrespected and you know, like offended people in the whole world, and oh my God, it's so bad. People are always coming up, and I was like, I actually don't exactly, Levi. That's exactly what I said, and I was like, I don't think it's a healthy society where you want to be making referendums about, you know, how people are treated just based on, you know, inconspicuous jokes. Like, yes, sometimes some people are actually just whatever, but like that, like I don't remember exactly what the jokes were in that situation. I think it's something to do with dating, like something to do with dating. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it wasn't really that serious. And I was just like, guys, let's calm down. It's not everything we have to make, you know. Charlamagne's like, yeah, maybe you're right, Tiff. Maybe you're right. Fair enough. But you know, I just felt like it was a massive overreaction. Then you had the whole conversation around like, is it black men's duty to protect black women? And I was like, you're not an endangered species. Like, guys, calm down. Making it seem like we have to like, oh my God, create this kind of nest of protection. Like, you can't speak about our women. And I find that idea actually quite misogynistic. The whole idea that like, you know, it's our women and we have a duty to protect them because like they're ours. To me, I think that's actually a problematic, you know, angle or rhetoric to be talking about. So that was the what I said about it, basically. Maybe to be fair, I might have worded it in a way that wasn't like, at least for Twitter, the best way to word stuff. Well, you know, on Twitter, people just get kind of crazy, and you know, women run the app, and so like, yeah, they just kind of descended on me, and they were like, "How dare you?" And then, yeah, people started trying to find my old tweets, but again, I didn't really have anything bad in my old tweets because I guess I've always been woke in the right way. And so there wasn't really much to find in my old tweets, to be honest, because, you know, when I was using Twitter when I was young, I wasn't really saying anything. And so a lot of people, like, what's my Twitter? How nosy of you. I'll tell you. And so a lot of times I'll go on a random girl's account right now and I'm blocked, and I'm like, fair enough. I get it. I understand. Yeah, I do have some old tweets bashing American foreign policy as well. Imagine if I make it to like, the bigger I get, you know, the Daily, not the Daily Mail, the Telegraph might dig that up. But I mean, I'm ready to defend my position. Like, I love it. In fact, I want them to find those. I want them to find those tweets. I'm so prepared. Yeah, when I see people like debating, like their own takes and stuff, and they always apologize for it. The thing about me is, yeah, it doesn't matter what position you catch me in. I'm not apologizing for nothing. That is the first mistake people make. I'm not apologizing. Can I say my opinion in the second one? I'm not gonna lie. I'm only gonna bring people up if they agree with the woke takes. It's just not fun if people already like people disagree with them. There's not really much to say talk about. If you disagree with the woke takes, and in fact, I'll flash up the full thing. So these were the whole takes we were talking about from last time. So if you disagree with the takes, then come on and no. If you agree with the takes, sorry, then you can come on. But if you disagree with them, there's no point. You half agree, half disagree. Are you a man or a woman by chance? Can I ask? Anyway, where was I? Yeah. So like, if I ever get caught out by anything I've said, I'm not apologizing for nothing. Nothing. All right. Let me hear what you have to say. I do like opening the I do like having a wider crowd and casting my net. You gotta join my fan club first though. On the top left, if I bring you up, I'm gonna start enforcing that. I feel kind of weird doing that, but like, why not? It helps me grow. I need to grow, and I gotta feed my family, guys. It doesn't actually give me any money, but like, just helps me grow. I appreciate you, Elias. Notabzino, thank you for the follow. Let's keep on following. Let's keep on liking. In it. Do you know, YOLO? I don't even like saying fan club. I go just join my club. Join my club. It just it's something like just. It just feels like, you know, these are my people. This is my community. Saying fan club just makes it seem like you guys are some kind of like, you know, no, that's not what you guys are. You guys are my community, my family. You know, I'll just bring you up anyway. I'm tired. You probably don't even know how to do it. What is this stream about? A great question. Oh, Lava, you requested finally. Okay, I'll bring Lava up first, and then I'll bring on. I don't know what the other person's called.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Oh, I'm just invite her. So I think you and I were going to talk about the Jason stuff, isn't it? Dr. Jason.
Yeah.
Can we still call him Doctor? I'm guessing they're gonna let him keep his doctorate now that he's passed away. I imagine. It'll be
The
important.
whole thing about that is
Mhm.
the investigation's not even been done yet.
Oh, yeah, they haven't even looked
And
into it. Okay.
no, and they just concentrated on all the so-called lies. Well, he lied. He did lie about a lot of things,
Right.
but however, that was not the main thing.
Yeah.
That was not what got him his master's and his degree and everything else.
Yeah.
And the media, it was just like a witch hunt, basically. The Daily Mail had this guy as a headline for 5 days in a row, like the main headline. Even their pedo prince, you know, did not get that much headline,
Andrew.
you know, and it was just, they just bullied that guy to death, basically.
So would you say
My
then there had to
opinion.
be some kind of like, okay, it's enough now type of thing, or like, because
Yeah,
where
it
would
was
you
just
draw the
too
line for that?
much. It was too much. I actually watched, you know, the news earlier. Even after he died, they're still mentioning like, oh, he ran, you know, 600 miles in 6 hours, blah blah blah. Like, why does that? You know, he's now dead.
Right.
Why are you bringing that up? You know, and I think it has a lot to do with his race, basically.
Yeah.
I
I
think
agree.
it was, and unfortunately, I think it's gone to the point where as black people in this country,
Yep.
the far right, they just hate us. Basically, they don't care if you're here. Like, they claim illegal immigrants or whatever, but it's whether you're legal or illegal, they just don't like us. You know, and I think the media, certain media, I would say like the Daily Mail and so on, are the worst culprits, basically, when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I agree with you on the point that like his race had a massive part to play in it.
I kind of knew that was going to happen. I think probably a lot of people
You knew
did.
it was gonna
I
what?
knew that was going to happen. I felt it was going to happen.
Really?
Yeah. I actually felt that was going to happen. Because this is what they do, you know, and it was even worse that he was like a black man, that they made such a big deal out of something that wasn't that much of a big deal, should I say? Like, I mean, he lied. We all lie. You know, like, who doesn't lie? But he did not need to die because he lied.
I mean, that was
You know?
yeah. I don't want to be, you know, politically correct. That was his choice, though. Like,
Yeah, that was his choice to lie, but
Well, also his choice to
it
kind
did
of, it
not
seems like
warrant the witch
unalive
hunt that
himself.
came after. Yeah. Um, and yeah, it made me like that really just pissed me off, to be honest, the last couple of hours. So I'm just thinking like, really? You know? And you go online, you see people saying, oh, but he lied, he deserved it. Really?
It did not. I wouldn't even say like he deserved it per se, but like
Oh yeah,
he deserved what? Sorry, like the
people have been
coverage.
saying
Are
that.
you talking about the? What are you talking about? Sorry, he deserved the coverage or deserved the?
No, people have been saying that he died. I actually saw one person say that's one lefty to worry about, and I'm like,
I mean,
really?
I wouldn't pay attention to those kind of pranks.
You
That
know,
sounds
like,
like that sounds like a kind of some extreme people on their Twitter account. Obviously, it seems like the unalive was kind of his decision. It seems like based on like what we're seeing right now. So like that was his choice and his choice alone, I suppose. But
yeah, and I think it does have a lot to do with the color of his skin. I don't care what anyone says. It definitely does have a lot to do with his color of his skin, and it's just becoming really out of control now. Like this far right nonsense.
I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when Trump came in last year and in America, the Columbia professor, there was a few professors because of the whole Israel stuff, like the protests that were happening at the universities. They tried to accuse them of plagiarism as well. I think the president of Harvard actually resigned. I think Claudine Gay, I think Claudine Gray. She actually resigned because she was being accused of plagiarism. So perhaps there's something to be said about how it's becoming a weapon in academia to kind again. And again, I don't know about the veracity of if he actually plagiarized or not. I guess the thing you can say not in his defense is like if you're someone that's making up all these kind of lies, plagiarism doesn't seem like something that you wouldn't do.
I do get that, but it was an accusation. They've not investigated. It could come out to say that he never plagiarized anything.
Right.
Then what? He's dead. You know?
So how would you say, like, in terms of addressing it, do you think there should be some kind of like, I don't know, media law or whatever? I mean, again, the UK is very good at this kind of stuff. So like I'm guessing
I think the media should be held accountable for a lot of these things, because what they did was concentrated on all these things he said. A lot of them, they could have brought that up when he said it.
What do you mean?
Because it was like not possible for him to, run, how many miles in 6 hours. He could have brought that up when it happened. But what happened now is they just went back and picked, all these things, concentrated on that, but not the main issue.
What's the main issue in your view?
The plagiarism part, which was what they claim, because we have a lot of these like what I'll say far right people saying that DEI, they keep repeating DEI. We don't even have DEI in the UK. That's an American thing. Right? DEI is an American term and not a British term, right? They claiming that he was only accepted into Cambridge because of DEI and because he's black.
So how would you, let's talk practical, please, then. How would you then, like, prevent this happening in the future? Like, would there be some kind of cap on how much you can talk about these things or like by the media or whatever?
Well, I just think that this should be held accountable.
How?
So if I don't know. It's actually
no, but if you don't agree with some kind of cap, then
you can't really stop them, can you?
Yeah, like literally, it is fair to cover those things. Like, in fact, I would say I actually remember one of the journalists that started the story. He was reported to police by Dr. Jason, and the police actually contacted him and kind of basically, I don't know if they kind of told him to stop. I think they kind of hinted at like, okay, it's enough now, that kind of stuff, like because he was accused of like harassing the professor. So a lot of people actually criticize that, saying like the police shouldn't be, interfering with like journalistic work. So again, how would you then put a cat? Let me get who should I get in here? I don't know what the other guy's name is. What's your name? The guy with the Japanese Japanese thing. Who's the other guy on stage? What's his name? Was he a girl?
He doesn't even. I don't think he has. Can you hear me?
I can hear you though. I can't hear the other guy. Anyway, you can go. You can go.
No, I mean, I just want to say, look, I don't want to speak ill of the man because he's deceased, and I think it is actually a tragedy for somebody, to be in the position where, like, to be clear, we don't know what the facts are surrounding the circumstances of his passing, but it seems like he was affected by this. But the only thing I would say is, like, I disagree with the take that he was somehow targeted because of his race. I think, if anything, he made his race an issue in his career. If you look at some of the things that he said, I think he would always go on about how he was the youngest black professor appointed to that position in Cambridge, and he, also wrote several publications about the struggles of being a black man in the UK and so forth. So I think that was why some of the elements of the right wing press started picking up on this. But that being said, I think it's like terribly sad what's happened, and like I don't want to kind of talk about some of the aspects of his life because I just feel like it's wrong because he's now he's passed away now.
There's no point anymore, basically. Unfortunately,
I agree. Yeah.
And would you say like there should be some kind of, I guess looking forward, I imagine there'll be some kind of inquiry of some sort, in the UK. Should there actually be some kind of cap on how much the media does this for like a duty of care type stuff, or do you think it's unfortunate that it happened, but like you can't really?
I think it's unfortunate that happened, but what legal mechanism can you realistically impose on, the press reporting on stories which they think are in the public interest? I think you can criticize them for like hyperfixating on, one man who is essentially not a powerful individual, quite like in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it wasn't like that relevant.
It wasn't. It's just an academic at a university. So I think you can make that argument, but I'm not sure what legal remedy you could impose.
Okay, yeah, fair point. All right, what's the other guy called? The guy with the emoji anime.
Yo, hello, sorry.
What's your name?
Yes. Yeah, I was on here before, Moit, or Shy Moit, whatever.
Oh, yes. What's your
I was on it before, yeah. Wait, on the professor or
yes,
on the screen?
On the professor.
I mean, on the professor, I think that's obviously tragic, right? But when you do like, I think the inquiry itself was valid, right? The inquiry into what type of stuff I mean, a lot of the stuff that he was lying about was quite like nonsensical. Like
it was quite trivial, yeah. Like he didn't really add to.
Like I don't get, like he kind of buried himself as well, especially when he started involving police, right? Instead of like, especially when he's making claims, because obviously, like you have to understand, obviously Cambridge is a very prestigious university, and obviously, like it would be a concern if someone could break into people's offices armed with obviously I can't say it on here, but you know what I'm saying, armed with like a pointy thing, breaking into people's offices. That's obviously a security concern, but for him to lie about that just puts. I understand, like it puts the university in a bad place.
Okay. I didn't know about that story.
He obviously but he said that he claimed that someone broke into his office twice, right? By the way, there's cameras in. Like when they checked the cameras the second time, the first time he didn't inform them. When they checked the camera the second time, they literally saw nothing, like on the cameras that would corroborate the story about someone breaking in, which would be expected. Like you would expect to see this intruder in the cameras. So I mean, a lot of the lies, I think a lot of the accountability is obviously on himself. And it's obviously tragic what he did, well, what happened to him, but you can't necessarily blame the press for having I think it was if there was like racism, obviously that's also a bad thing. Obviously, that might have fueled like what, but you can't guarantee. You don't know the reactions of people and the outcome of what they do. Yeah, exactly. Like you can make an inquiry into, for example, people when they made an inquiry into Epstein, they wouldn't say that. Because obviously his actions they're not the same, obviously. I'm not saying that it's the same thing as what Epstein was doing, but obviously you don't know that, like Epstein might have not unalived himself if you think he did, but I don't think any of the accountability should be on the press. I think majority of the accountability should be on himself and also the people who are making racist comments, because it's not necessarily a race thing, it's more of an integrity thing, I would say. Like you shouldn't have someone in that position having that much of a weird history as well, like of like just making things up.
So what would you say to the point that some people say? I mean, Lava made the point. I just want to comment also say the point about like some of these other people, Mandelson. I don't know if I would say Mandelson wasn't hounded nearly as much. I feel like he was the headline for a good few days.
Yeah.
And in fact, I actually don't think
it was that bad. Like I don't think it was like he was. Obviously, I think this story only like a total of like 1 week maybe people are informed about this story. and it would have been something that people probably have forgotten about in maybe a month or so.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
yeah, true. I think people move on from these things really quickly, right? Whatever's hot is like
Exactly.
gonna dominate the
Yeah.
headlines, and then when
But
it's not
obviously,
hot
I think
anymore,
it got in the hands of the wrong people, like GB News. I think it got in the hands. The
Yeah.
story got in the hands of the wrong people, and obviously everyone has their biases. And the thing is, but obviously GB News is quite a blatantly biased
yeah,
news source, right? They have an agenda, and they have like a lot of like conservative ideals. And then when you see obviously someone who's black, right, a person of color, like in a position like that, doing these type of things, there's obviously going to be controversy. But I think it would, if for example it was a white professor that was doing this, I do think there would be less controversy. I think they would be more focused on the allegations themselves rather than like the race of the individual in question. But I think that that's unfortunate reality of like some people of color. Like you have to be able to, if you're in a position like that, you have to kind of behave more than someone who's not of that skin color, if that makes sense.
yeah. You hear that a lot.
Given like the climate of the world at the time, especially in the UK,
Yeah,
there's
the
a lot of
state of the
animosity.
nation at the moment is just
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously in an ideal world, it wouldn't be that way, and obviously it would like what he's being accused of would matter more than his race and his identity.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what happened was tragic. Yeah.
For sure. So I think there probably will be an inquiry. I can see a world in which there is an inquiry. Maybe there'll be a media thing, but I can see that. Is it what's the name of the press people? Is it Ipsos? Not Ipsos. Ofcom? Is it Ofcom that does the press?
I think it's for newspapers. It's like the independent press. There is a body. I forget the name.
Ipsos.
An acronym.
Ipsos.
Independent
Ipsos. It
Press
might be
Commission or
Ipsos,
something like that.
But they don't have any like legal authority. They're just like a
No,
self-regulatory
I mean, given that someone looks like, we'll probably look into it. We might get some sort of Jason's Law or something. We always get a law named after people in this country.
maybe.
I think people love that stuff. Anyway, fair enough. I think we covered that enough. Tragic stuff all around.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Wait, host, are you
Yeah,
covering
yes.
anything on the screen right now? Sorry to interrupt you. Ever just spoke.
No. Yeah, so I was, but then people kept on asking me about it because obviously I made a video about it a few days ago. And obviously it's kind of hot, right? What I do is What in the World Weekly, right? So I guess that is kind of firmly in my lane. So the idea, what I was doing before that was woke takes, and I want people to come on and defend if they think any of these takes is still valid in 2026.
Yeah, I have a contention about one of the takes, but obviously I just spoke, so I'll let someone else speak. But the believe all women thing, I want to discuss that one, but I'll let someone else speak.
I think I think we covered that on
Actually,
Monday. Yeah, I think most people kind of actually no. I think
I think depends on what you're talking about there, but I do have a disagreement there.
yeah, I think most people tend to disagree that it was a crazy position. So like that's the idea behind all these woke takes, right? Like there are these slogans that used to sound really, really good, but when you break down kind of what it actually means, most sensible people would say like nah.
Also, like you're not a proponent of the claim yourself.
No.
Oh,
So basically,
okay.
the reason I came to this was like how we talk a lot about trans women nowadays, right? Like
Yeah.
that's back in the news and stuff. And so like this phrase like trans women are women. That was like a thing everyone used to say back like a few years ago. And now that people are kind of saying like, look, it doesn't make no sense. I wanted to kind of reflect on like all the woke takes from maybe the last 10 years or so, and see if people still kind of believe in them. Anyway, that's kind of way
Can I just say, by the way, I've followed your TikToks on this, and I've seen your your videos. But can I just say, like, these statements on the screen here, they were never subscribed to by even a majority, a plurality of people have never been in favor of this kind of stuff. Especially the trans issue is like clearly whatever the elite consensus is on this subject has always been in opposition to the vast majority of the not just in the UK but Western countries in general. Like very, very few, only a very small percentage of the population would agree with any of these statements.
So that was the point, right? Like a lot of these takes, like they were usually out of lockstep with polls, but they maintained a bizarre popularity on the internet, if you might say. Like I'm pretty sure
vocal minority, right?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, yes, vocal minority, but also actually, they did actually find their way into like national conversations where
I agree.
It was hotly debated, like, are you transphobic if you don't affirm the fact that trans women are women? Like that's kind of what was being talked about. I think a few weeks ago, we just all these straight women saying like, oh my god, all these people are being transphobic and trans exclusionary because they don't want to validate the feelings of trans women who feel like they are genuinely women in the same way biological women are. So I do agree, like it wasn't like they were definitely out of lockstep with the consensus. But I guess that's kind of how these woke things work. Like they still manage to dominate. Yeah, believe or woman is another one where most rational people would say like, well, let's kind of hear what you have to say and see if we believe you or not.
So would you say that? And by the way, I've seen, for example, right, I've seen some of your videos about, you know, the powerful lobby of a particular country
Right.
that you discuss. Would you say that in the same way as people can, you know, from certain countries can organize to push policies, would you say that some of these groups here, some of these takes here, have also, you know, had their own lobbies in a way, maybe not as vast
Oh,
and
good
powerful,
question.
maybe
Like,
not as
was it like
vast and powerful
a
as, you know,
sophisticated, like an organized effort to kind of
yeah, like
propagate
an
what they're
organized
saying?
effort. Like for example, you know, the trans issue. One thing in the UK has been pushed. I don't know if it's the law now, but this concept of self ID. You know, this idea
So
that
you identify with whatever you feel
yeah,
comfortable.
you
Yeah.
identify, therefore you should be able to change on legal identifying documentation like
So I think it's the
passports and
opposite
driver's
now in the UK
license.
now.
Say
Sorry
what?
to interrupt. Isn't it the opposite now in the UK? Like in the UK now, they changed it to where on your like identification, official identification, like driver license, passport, it puts your gender or like your gender at birth, like your sex at birth now. It
Yes.
doesn't put, yeah, they changed it. So now I think it's gone the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
way. So like now it's like it doesn't matter like what you I like it matters in terms of maybe in a social context, but according to like official like government like documentation, it will just
Okay.
if you were born a female and you're a man and you identify as a man now, your identification will reflect your
What you were
sex
born
at
as.
Yeah,
birth.
the law
Yeah,
has changed.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they
Yeah.
changed it
So
now.
it's,
So I think that
and I think that right there is a very fascinating way in which how the stuff has shifted, right? Like 5-6 years ago, that would have been like violence. Someone would say like that's violence.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the was it the sixth one on that list? Something is violence. That was a very popular one back then as well.
Right.
Requiring people to identify with the sex they were born with is violence, and people will be talking about how this is so harmful to people. And oh my god, why would you be saying that, etc., etc. But the fact that we're going back to now, people are like, actually, the government's going to change the law on it. It shows
yeah,
the rollback.
I think the trend is like going like in the last maybe like maybe 15, 20 years, the trend has obviously been like on the left. But I think nowadays due to like people's like they're starting to build up this like opposition towards like leftist ideals. So now you'll see, for example, across Europe that right wing groups and right wing ideals and right wing political groups are becoming more popular. Like if you look at other European countries, like for example in the Netherlands, the right wing groups are starting to gain a lot of traction. There's actually a Dutch, like he's like a Dutch politician on Twitter that says probably what people would consider very profane takes. Like he says a lot of inflammatory things, for example, towards Muslims and
Well, this
you know
Gert
like
Builders.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh,
And he's
yeah,
an
that's
actual
yeah.
politician for the country. Yeah, I don't know what exactly his position is. Same thing in Germany.
He
Right wing
nearly
groups
won
are
the
becoming more
election
popular.
Yeah.
properly.
So
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 now,
so so. There you
yeah,
go.
go ahead.
I'll let you finish. My bad.
Yeah. So I just say that's like my general point. I think like if you start looking at politics, even in the US now, like things like, for example, like Charlie. Obviously, he's not Charlie Kirk, and his kind of group of people. Like even obviously now they still like his group Turning Point USA. The whole trend is like starting to go from left to right now.
Yeah,
When it
and
used to,
so that's kind of why
yeah.
I made that video I made, right? It's not letting me reply to because I think because you used the word anti-Semitism as Zionist. TikTok is very active when it comes to censoring those kind of things. So that was why I made the video I made.
You're going to get
Yeah,
removed.
that's why I made the video I made. Which was like I was like, when you have such an obsessive fixation on identity, or I guess on any issue, when it becomes that totalitarian, what you can expect is that eventually people are going to turn against it. So right now we're seeing what was going on with like the whole identity issue of trans people and even believer women, right? Like after Me Too, maybe a couple of years after that, it was heretical to say like I'm not going to just believe all women. Or am I a dummy? No, you have to believe. And then now we're starting to see stuff like where it's kind of like, well, with that whole right wing turn, it's becoming more and more like discredited to say that. And so my video about that was to say like you're gonna see the same thing with like that country in the Middle East when you enjoy such a control of discourse where people are getting fired for saying something, for being critical of you. People are losing their jobs. You're bragging about it. Netanyahu came out the other day and said, "Oh, Britain's becoming the United Kingdom of Islam." Ha 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 ha. Now you're rubbing it in our face that you have the power to mock the power you have over us, and we can't do anything about it. It's not going to last very long. In America, the First Amendment is goddamn near overturned because you have states where it's illegal to exercise a boycott of the state of Israel, completely out of lockstep with the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
That's
you
a bit
can't
different.
enjoy that power for long. It's different. You think it's different?
That whole boycott thing is more that I think you can't get state contracts in certain states if you are engaged in some kind of like boycott
Yeah. So
of
what's
Israel.
the
But
distinction?
you as an individual, as a private citizen, you can
Yeah, but I
boycott
mean
whatever
that
you
is a
want.
distinction without a difference, though, isn't it? Like that. The point is that the state shouldn't be enforcing, free speech tests on you to get a contract. If I'm getting a contract and I'm expressing a boycott of Israel, what's the correlation to do with
But I
my ability
don't.
to
By the way,
carry out?
I don't necessarily support the policy, but I think there's. Don't you think that governments or state entities have a right to when they go for procurement, right? When they offer contracts for certain things, don't you think they have a right to set criteria in accordance with certain values that they have?
Value?
Yeah, obviously they probably have the right to
What
Like for
value of a
discriminate.
example,
state would
right?
be
Like
like?
let's
Look,
say,
step one.
let's do something like not very contentious. Let's say you're issuing a contract for the construction of a bridge. Would you want to give that contract to a founder of a company who has openly said certain like disparaging things about certain racial groups, for example? You probably wouldn't, right? That's the point that I'm making. But I agree that I don't support any of that. I'm just saying that it's kind of different from saying
No, but I
that
mean,
like a private citizen.
even in that case, right? In what you're describing, not really, because if by U.S. law that speech is protected under the First Amendment, then why would you be adding your own
No, but
qualification?
it's not necessarily an issue with the amendment itself. It's
But the
obviously
point of the
private
First Amendment
corporation.
is that you can
Yeah,
say what you want without punitive
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
consequences.
From
yeah,
the
but the
state
problem
itself.
is,
That's from the state. Yeah.
only certain racial groups get that privilege.
Yeah,
Not necessarily. Not. I don't think necessarily is the
Um,
case. Actually.
100%,
no, it
100.
is.
No.
If you write it
It
into if
is.
you write it into state law that you can't exercise your First Amendment. I mean, first of all, let's just talk about what's Israel going to do with the state of Arkansas. If I'm trying to work with the state of
But
Arkansas,
I
what does
agree
my
with you. I
opinion on
think
Israel have to do
it's
with any of
absurd,
that?
and it
Yeah.
is
But
absurd,
the thing
and
is,
it's
the
obviously a
nation.
consequence of their formidable lobby that they
Yeah,
aim to
the
like.
nation itself is like strongly integrated and has like a lot of overlap with the state of Israel. Obviously, it's like the statement like how the our biggest quote unquote. I'm not American, but so
Yeah, yeah,
obviously
yeah.
in the West, the biggest ally in the Middle East is going to be Israel, right? And then that's essentially what it is. And obviously, like how influential the lobbying is. If you look at, for example,
Yep.
how much Israel's funding a lot of the political groups, a lot of the people who are behind these legislations, it does kind of make sense. But the thing is, I would say this, for example, I would say if you're like a government, right, and you have like a really strong ally, and I think this principle works across history. If you have like an ally, right, and this ally you have like mutual benefits, right? Even though I think the US does more for Israel than Israel does for the US and for West in general, because I think that Israel does drag the West into the Middle East quite
They're
often.
nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they drag the West into the Middle East a lot for these type of wars, and obviously these wars, like what they tell you the objective is obviously different to what the underlying objective is. Like for example, weapons of mass destruction, but you
All that
really
kind of
wanted
stuff.
oil.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but you wanted the control of the oil. But I think that as a government, I think if you have an ally, I think that you can, unless you have already a baked in free speech law, I think it is unwise to let your population slant your allies.
What?
And like, no, I think it is unwise. Yeah, I do think.
What do you mean by that?
No, for example, yeah, because for example, like I wouldn't want if that's an ally and we have like mutual benefits and like
Yeah, but
obviously
who decides the mutual benefit? If the people, it's a
no, the
democracy,
mutual
right?
benefits are just measurable.
No, but
Like
but
it's not.
the people will decide if they find it beneficial. Like the
No,
government.
no. I don't think
The
it's like that.
government decides. We don't
No, yeah,
decide.
exactly. The government are the ones who assign contracts and make these big deals, not the people. Do you think the people in the
No,
UK
no. So
vote in
I don't mean
for
like in
like few things?
actuality. Like so, your point was
Yeah,
like if I was in the government, I don't want the people. And again, I know you don't agree with it, obviously. Like, but the
yeah.
idea that you don't want the people slandering you. Like, well, if the people by a very large percentage don't agree with the allies are doing, maybe they're just not very good allies. Maybe the government shouldn't
No,
be in this
no, but
position,
that's the
right?
thing though. That's if you value the opinion. And me, for example, it might like sound like just kind of controversial, like just like when you hear it. But I think this is just an issue with democracy in terms of a lot of the people that will have these takes against, like for example, these nations. They're very uninformed about like. Not to say that in the case of like that country that they're
They're
wrong in
correct,
terms of like
right?
their actions, but I'm saying a lot. You do understand that a majority of the people in the society are just going to be uninformed laymen's, right?
Yeah, but
But
I mean
it's just
that's what we signed up for, right?
no. But yeah, obviously we
I don't
sign up on
accept that
like I think
position.
it's unfortunate we sign up for that in
No,
democracy.
I don't know if I accept that position because I think I guess humans have their own interests. But on that point, we're talking about the blue and white country. I made a few videos when I responded to Femi. I don't know if you guys saw those videos where I was
Yeah, I
talking
did.
about the difference in the relationship. Was there anyone that agreed with him?
What was his point? What was his underlying? Was his point that basically they're not as powerful in the UK, or that they don't control
So
the
his
US?
point was that actually no, the West uses Israel for its own cynical
Right.
ends,
Okay.
and I was like, no, they don't. There is no cynical end.
Yeah, I
Nope.
disagree. I think
there
it's
is-
the
I
other
think
way
they-
around.
Yeah, no, I think that okay, yeah, I think that Israel get, like I said before, Israel do gain more from their allies than their allies gain from them. But I think there is a mutual benefit in terms
What
of
is the benefit?
they provide.
What is the mutual
Yeah, what
I
is
would
it?
say,
Yeah.
yeah. For example, for the US, one of the US's like most critical enemies, quote unquote, is Iran, and Israel kind of keeps Iran in check. They kind of keep these Middle Eastern countries that are very volatile.
Why do the Middle Eastern countries have to be kept in check?
No, but
I
obviously,
think-
but hold
I
on.
don't
hold
think
on.
the US has a natural quarrel with Iran.
Exactly. I don't even think that's
no.
even
I
true.
think no. I think there is. No, I think there is because first of
I don't
all,
think
like
there is.
Iran does, like their leadership does issue a lot of like very controversial statements about the US, and they do like, for example,
Yeah,
kind of
but
discriminate
that's-
against the US like publicly, right?
But that's the reactive performance.
No, obviously they can do that themselves.
It's not-
They can do. No, but they
So-
can do that. They can do that. They have the right to do that. I
So
have no issue with
making
that.
disparaging comments about the US
Yeah, but-
equals being bombed.
No. But
the
I have no.
whole,
But I
you
would
know,
say no. But one thing
this
I'd
is
say.
this is an interesting point because a lot of like pro-war hawks in the US, when you ask them why are you against Iran, what does the US actually have?
Saying death to
you know,
America.
Exactly, they bring this up all the time. Like if you take Israel out of the equation for a second and you ask, you know, some American senator, why do you dislike Iran? One of the things they'll always bring up is they'll bring up one of two things. They'll talk about the embassy, hostage crisis in like '79, or they'll bring up, oh, they chant death to the USA and they make these profane statements in public. But the reality is like Iran as a country is thousands of miles away from the US. A lot of its sentiments, negative sentiments against the Western countries, is more to do with historical events, the coup in '53 and that kind of thing. And there's no meaningful. The Iranian government have never plotted to attack to directly attack us.
They have.
And
They have
Iran does
indirectly.
not have weapons strong
They
enough to
have.
reach
They have
the
indirectly,
US.
but wait. Okay, they have indirectly because in terms of indirectly because, for example, due to their allyship, due to them being allies with one another, you do like Iran has been involved in proxy attacks on, for example, their ally, obviously being Israel, right? They've been involved in funding groups that have been attacking Israel, and obviously, in virtue of their allyship, right? One of the things that you would expect in an allyship between nations is some sort of help or intervention when other countries are being hostile towards you. Right. Same way with, like, for example, the UK.
Hold on, but the point you made was that like America have some beef with Iran. That sounds like Israel wasn't involved.
Yeah, but the point is there that Israel is the one which is.
Let me respond. So if America if Israel didn't exist, what would America's issue with Iran be?
Obviously, no, but Israel, the US has
There'll be
interest
peace in the Middle East. That's what
the
would
US
happen.
has interest in that region. There's not though, like through obviously oil and other resources. They have interest in that region, don't they?
Okay. So
but
how's
the
Iran
Iranians-
disrupting
That would like, for example, I mean the Iranians. Well, it wasn't necessarily Iranians, but Iranians, like, I don't know for certain because obviously I've a little bit like I haven't been caught up too much in terms of like their thing, but there was this whole plot to. I don't know about if it was from Iran, but I think Iran was said to be like implicitly involved. There was a plot to try and close the strait. You know the strait that they take ships
They
through?
closed
Straight
it.
up
It's
on
not a
loose,
plot.
yeah.
It's closed as we speak.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, in terms of and then they were saying like there's some sort of implicit like obviously that type of stuff is why.
But that was closed because the US attacked them.
If they
That's
never
what I'm saying.
attacked, it would not have been closed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm
And the
saying,
point is,
obviously-
like, I think this discussion also applies to a lot of other countries that apparently we have, issues with. A lot of these countries are more pragmatic and transactional than we think. The Iranians want to sell; they would be more than happy to sell us their oil, right? If we're talking about energy markets, there's no reason why the government of Iran today would not want to export oil to countries like the UK and Europe, but where the US is putting sanctions on them and making that impossible, so their only other
Or they
market
can
is
sell their
China.
own oil, exactly.
yeah.
And so,
I mean,
and it's the
obviously
same
they
thing,
have-
by the way, with
Yeah.
countries like Russia as well. Like, what natural quarrel do we have,
No, but for
realistically?
example,
with-
but haven't the UK come out with statements, for example, saying that if obviously Ukraine still hasn't, as far as I know, Ukraine has not part of NATO, right?
No,
And
not yet.
in obviously the UK and other countries have come
Well,
out and
actually,
said that.
I mean, de facto, they
Right,
might as
yeah,
well be at this point. But,
yeah, they kind of are, but like saying obviously officially they're not part of NATO.
Yeah.
But the UK and other countries have come out and said that if Russia launches an offensive on any, and same thing with like China and whatnot, if they launch an offensive on any actual NATO countries themselves, obviously due to their allyship and mutual like relationship in the like organization, they have an obligation to come to the aid of that country, and I think that kind of works the same way with US and Israel, right? I think that
Yeah, but the US and Israel don't have a defense. They don't have a
they
binding
don't have
defense
they don't have a
treaty.
NATO agreement, but they have agreements amongst like their themselves. They don't like they have
but
agreements, for example.
what do you say in that point? It's still a case of like clearly. I do recognize your point that yes, the US and Israel
Yeah.
have some kind of unofficial, well, at this point maybe official defense.
It probably is official because they have met
Yeah,
up
yeah,
multiple
in
times
some way. But
officially.
again,
Like, probably isn't official.
then Israel is exploiting that, isn't it, to try and like get their own geopolitical.
Yeah.
Because they've been
No,
trying
but
to
you
get
do
Iran
agree-
for like how many
you
years?
do agree.
But Israel has a huge diaspora lobby, right, in every
obviously.
single country, especially in the US.
Were you going to ask, do I agree that the US... Honestly, when I had this conversation a week ago, I don't think the US or any of the Western countries have any benefit in having Israel as an ally. All they do is just bring us down with their nonsense and their ethnic supremacy. And I'm struggling to think. Every time I see like something Israel does, I'm like, what could Israel offer the UK right
No,
now
but
that
the
we
most
couldn't do?
the most people, the thing that they accuse Israel of the most is stuff that isn't officially being propagated by Israel. Like most of the quarrels that
Like
people
what?
have with Israel are not things that are officially propagated. For example, they think that there's a ploy. Obviously, I kind of agree, but they think that there's some sort of like ploy to replace populations in Europe, right? By increase like the more volatile you leave the Middle
Wait,
East,
who says that?
the more like no. That's have you not heard of replacement theory? That's like a popular
Wait, what's that got to do
This
with
is
Israel?
very-
Sorry.
Yeah, they're saying that the Zionists are like obviously, and Israel itself. Obviously, you have to distinguish in it because not everyone in Israel is Zionist, right? But he's saying that
Really?
particularly the ones in
like five people.
no, there's obviously people in Israel that are non-Zionist. Right? I can't say the whole
Palestinians,
country was
yes.
Zionist.
Yeah, you mean the 20% who are
the people that
Arabs?
count. Obviously, the people that count
Yeah.
in the positions of power that have the influence over the country are mostly Zionists, right?
Nah, they're not mostly.
they're saying
They are
the Zionists.
exclusively. They are
Yeah, the Zionist elite of Israel have a ploy. For example, the more volatile you leave countries in the Middle East, you kind of force the populations to move towards
elsewhere.
like other areas.
Right,
Exactly.
okay.
So the more unstable you leave for example, the Iranian regime. One of the things that obviously they said they want to get rid of their capabilities for nuclear arms.
Yeah.
I kind of have a tendency to agree with that. I don't necessarily think that, but I think other countries like shouldn't be trusted with those. Type
Okay,
of
but
things as well.
why should
No,
the
but I don't-
Western countries be trusted and the countries of
No, but
brown
that's
and
one thing.
black
I don't
people not be
necessarily think.
trusted?
I don't know, but I
we
never
some
said.
kind of savages, like
No,
can't
no,
be
I'm not.
trusted with
I'm
nuclear
not implying
weapons
that.
and
I'm not
like
implying
why?
that. No, but I'm saying no. But there's other countries that are non-Middle Eastern that I think have them possessing such weapons. Like for example, North Korea. I don't think North Korea should possess nuclear weapons either.
Why not?
Right? But
Why not?
Why?
So why should
obviously-
only the
because-
Western countries have
I
nuclear
know,
weapons?
no, I'm not saying the Western, but the thing is, these countries don't like. For example, in the West, the countries are involved in conventions with one another, right? About nuclear power, nuclear energy. There are conventions.
Yeah, and they only allow themselves.
There's
to
only
have
one
these
country in the
weapons.
world who has used nuclear weapons, by the way.
Yeah, no, but that's just a
America?
redundant. Yeah, because they were the
Yeah.
first ones to invent them. Yeah, of course, that's just a
Right.
redundant point.
So
But
the only
obviously-
country who's used it should be allowed to have it.
Why
No,
should
but
they
if you
exactly?
look
Why
at-
should they
if you
have
look-
a moral
Guys, let him
monopoly?
respond. Let him respond.
No,
let
but
him
if you
respond.
look, no, I don't mind them both speaking at the same time. I have no issue with that. But I'm saying if you look at obviously if you look at the case of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a lot of people would say if you look at like ethically, if you weighed up the options, right, it was more like it was a better choice to.
No, it's not true. By the way.
No. But I also know. But another reason, no, it was because
No,
if you,
it's not. It's not true.
If you
It's not
actually,
true. It's not.
no, I shall say why.
Even the internal U.S. Intelligence was like the Japanese. Were
No,
against it
but
right
if you
now.
no, but did they not
I
also?
know what
did they-
he's trying to say. Japan were AOs.
No,
at
do
the
you not
time.
also know
Like,
about
completely?
the other
they
option, for
were doing
example?
some messed up stuff.
The other option was what, sorry?
However,
No, I'm not saying that. The other option was a ground invasion, but the ground invasion. if you actually look-
they didn't need that. The Japanese.
No,
were
they
gonna-
would
They
have.
need to
They
do
would have.
that,
They did.
yeah.
No,
The
they
Japan-
would have.
yeah,
They
the
did.
Japanese were on the verge of
Japanese were
surrender.
gonna
No.
Even the
They were
U.S.
gonna-
intelligence says that, bro.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No. But I'm saying okay. We can on that point. Like you'd have to just it'd be like a difference in like being informed on it. Yeah. But as far as I'm aware, they literally did run, for example, like a simulated, but obviously not to the degree that we do it today. Today we can do them more sophisticatedly, but back then they had like a rudimentary simulation about how many lives, US lives, they would take. And obviously they weighed up US lives more important than Japanese lives,
Yeah,
right?
because their lives
get-
are more important than
Yeah, because
everyone
obviously
else,
that's their
Yeah, but the point
but
is
any
this.
like,
No,
most
like-
nations,
Can I?
but most
The point
nations
is this,
think that
though.
way. Most nations think that way. You think the UK wouldn't like you? I
No,
would
no, no.
expect the UK to have more of a concern for its citizens
Hold on,
in
hold on.
war
Listen,
than other
listen.
nations.
The point is this. You're right. If the US did, have to fight a ground invasion to subjugate Japan,
It would
then
cost more
all
US
in all,
lives. Yeah.
yes, you're right. In the long run, more Americans and more Japanese as well would have probably
Oh, of course,
passed
yeah.
away. But the point here is that historically speaking, if you look at the archives and the records, such an invasion would not have been necessary because the Japanese were on the verge of surrendering
Yeah, they were
imminently
going to surrender.
anyway,
Yeah.
regardless of the prospect of an invasion.
I don't know. I don't think
in
if they
fact,
did.
part of the reason why they used the nukes were because they were going to surrender, and they were like, we won't have an
Yeah,
excuse
also another
to do
reason they
this
want to
quite
display it
like.
to
And
the
a lot
They
of it
Russians.
was
wanted to
about
test out those
was
bombs
about sending a
because they
message.
didn't
Yeah,
know
sending a
effects
message
of
to the
them yet.
Russians. Yeah, the Russians were the ones also you wanted to send a message to, and also the world to say that obviously when they dropped that nuke, they became the de facto first class power in the world, right? The first global superpower in the world when they had access to those weapons, right?
Wait, sorry.
But obviously,
No, I just realized. I think we've gone really far off the.
yeah. No, but
You have
obviously,
very
yeah,
interesting
yeah.
positions, though. I mean, your position.
No, but
like
I think that
North Korea not
the
having
West have been
nukes.
more responsible with the way they've talked with nuclear energy convention and
Really?
the way they.
I disagree.
No, I think they have been more responsible with it. And I'm saying the countries that aren't necessarily trying to build for example, even Israel, for example, they don't even officially say they have nuclear weapons, but obviously it's the case that they do. Right? They're not. They've actually lied and said they don't. But I obviously believe that is also something that needs to be investigated. Right? The fact that
Well, they definitely do.
No, they definitely do. I don't doubt that, and I think that
They
there
don't
should
lie
be-
about it. They just don't publicly state. One
Yeah,
way or
but
the
obviously
other.
no, they have explicitly said that they don't have any. Like if you, I
But
think
they haven't. They haven't. They just
no,
haven't signed up. They
didn't Ben
they
Gurion
haven't
say that
signed
they
up to
didn't?
the
No, Ben Gurion,
NPT.
sorry, didn't.
All right,
the guy
I think
before-
we're losing the thread of the conversation a little bit, which is fun actually. I do enjoy doing that, going in different. What is the topic? Beyonce's secret account just.
Yeah,
asked,
what is the
What is the
topic? I
topic?
don't
You
know
know
we
what-
were
What is
talking
the
about.
topic? We
It's
lost
not
it.
so clear anymore right now. We were meant to be doing
thought
we're meant to be doing hot takes today, but we've kind of went off that path because people kind of more or less disagree. Again, it would be nice to have people that actually agree with the hot takes. It just makes it more fun. So
What's
I don't want to say you're drinking.
I can't bring myself to agree with.
Yeah,
any of these
I
takes.
think that's part of why it was fun to kind of talk about them because it's a reminder of how far we were. Like, and again, I don't think this is probably left. I think this is more of a liberal identity / obsession. If you look at a lot of them, they have to do with identity, right? Kind of Madara, I can't rise you if you disagree. If you disagree with all of them, you need to agree with them. I'm only bringing people up that agree with them, so it's more of a fun conversation. Rage bait, get people.
I wanted to make note of something as well
Go on.
that was like being said earlier, but like we don't need to necessarily get into the topic. But I think that you said when people started discussing like the whole transgenderism, right, and whether or not trans women can be identified, I think that it's painted differently. I think you guys said that most people. Did you guys say most experts were in alignment with the fact that they aren't women? Because if you actually look at gender philosophy, it's actually not as like there's not really one convergence towards it. I think that if you look in like the expert field of gender, like in terms of like the people that study this stuff like gender identity, philosophy, political philosophy, all of these things, it's tend to be more. That's why this to this day is still controversial because you could like, maybe you don't agree, but there's arguments on both sides, right? And like obviously I don't think that a majority of like just random people like random like civilians having a view or like having a disposition against it has any meaning necessarily. I mean it does in society, but as a topic in and of itself, a consensus doesn't necessarily mean that this position
I'm
you should favor this
sympathetic.
position over another.
I'm sympathetic to the idea that when you talk about gender and sex, maybe there's some differences in terms of expression and stuff, but again, it's a surface level disagreement, right? Because the way most people understand gender, you didn't have to make basically biological arguments in some way as to like why people do what they do and stuff. But when you start to stretch it to the point, like you say, like okay, anyone can just be anything. Now you're going a bit too far. Like, come on, it's a bit ridiculous now, isn't it? But anyway,
But I don't think that's even what's being argued. I don't think people are arguing that I can identify as an Apache helicopter. But I think they're more arguing with like, they're more arguing like whether like within the social constructs of gender, they're arguing within those frameworks.
no, but
Whether
I think,
or not there's
I agree with that, but then that wouldn't really be an argument. Like
But
if
where
you
were
want to
the
start
limits? That's the
dressing,
question.
but then also like again, what the difference is that when you start roping all of society into it, then you start losing people. Right? If you decide to now tomorrow start dressing as a woman, ain't nobody gonna hold you. Like do what you do, innit? is when you start forcing all of us to now believe in your delusion and craziness, and saying that actually, if we
No,
don't,
but can I
if we
hold on?
don't,
Can I just on that point though?
go on.
Would you accept that? Because one thing I find frustrating about this discussion is obviously like I'm completely against the take on the screen, right? But a lot of people they say, well, these people are this way and we should just like tolerate it and it's fine, whatever, right? But you've described it as delusion and craziness, and I completely agree with you. I think it is a form of mental illness, right? But like, do you not think that rather than society just tolerating this, do you not think that there should be some proactive pushback against this, some recognition that this is actually not a good tendency? And when I say pushback, I don't mean like persecution. I mean like these people need medical intervention, right? This used to be recognized as a
No,
disorder.
no, hundred
No, but
percent. But
that's
that's not going to happen, is it? Because it's
that's
just
a
been
slippery
accepted.
slope, though. I think 'cause
You know,
things. I
that's the
think using the
thing.
criteria that things used to be considered mental illnesses, but now they're not,
Yeah,
is
they're
like
not
an issue.
anymore.
Because
Yeah.
if we go back to what they used to do in terms of like they used to think, for example, people that had other genuine neurodivergent conditions, for example, were sick in the head, like they were mentally ill, they needed to be restrained. Like people with autism and like ADHD and schizophrenia. Now, obviously, we
Yeah.
recognize what the issue is with them, and obviously there's treatment paths with it. But I think it is kind of unfair to just cast it as a delusion and that they're all mentally ill
But then
and to
what
just
is it?
dismiss them like that. I don't think it's fair to dismiss them
But
like that. I think you should have
why
a
would
rational inquiry
any
into that. Go
like
ahead.
why would any well-adjusted
I love the
normal
phrase "well
person
adjusted." I love that phrase.
but like why would any sane rational person want voluntarily to undergo cosmetic hormonal physiological procedures to change the sex that they were born into, if not because of some kind of
No, it's obviously due to something
Yes.
psychological. Like gender dysphoria is a psychological thing.
You got body dysphorias. Yeah.
You know,
but
there's
we
obviously body
recognize like
dysmorphia is
body
another
dysphoria,
one.
for example, body image issues. We don't affirm that, right? We don't say that
No, we affirm they exist, and we
we
have like
affirm the existence of the condition, but we don't affirm the conclusion of the condition as a
which
like a
is
morally good thing in the way that we do for
no, but it's not. I
so-called
don't
trans
even
people.
think gender dysphoria can be cashed out into like a moral proposition. What is moral about gender dysphoria? Like, what would you cash that out into? If you have to make it into a proposition, what would you make it into a proposition about? Is gender dysphoria morally permissible? It's not even a moral claim. It's just a claim of like a
No,
No, no,
psychological
but
condition.
as in like if you go to the point of the surgery, that is like a different angle, right? If you choose to
Yeah.
identify and dress or whatever, anybody
Yeah.
holding you, like if you start talking about
No, but surgery is also a thing that's like more private to the individual, is it not? Like it's not necessarily a
no,
societal
but I
thing.
think the point of the surgery is like, I guess yes, it's private in one sense, but
It is,
should
yeah.
we be affirming what's clear? Like if you're getting to the point now, like you actually want to cut off your genitals and
Yeah,
stuff,
exactly.
that does sound like an expression of like it's like if someone wants to harm themselves, we're not gonna let them do that.
Exactly.
We're gonna be like, yo, chill,
Exactly.
relax.
Surely we, as a society, we should be able to say at certain points, this should just not be allowed from a legal standpoint. You should
Yeah.
not be able
No,
to
but that's
walk into
no,
a
but it's a
clinic
for when
and
it comes to
inject
legality.
estrogen or whatever, or like start getting
Yeah.
these replacement surgery. Like you should just not be able to do that. Full stop.
Yeah, but the thing is about I would say cool. Like I understand what you're saying, but I
Especially
think the
for kids.
contention. Yeah, no, I understand, but I think the contention is not like obviously you guys agree that not everything that is in legislation is necessarily moral or immoral, right? The legality doesn't define morality, right? But there could be some correlation with it. But I'm saying at its foundational level, transgenderism and the issue of
Transgenderism.
trans,
You sound like a right wing.
yeah.
You know the right wingers say
Yeah.
pejoratively. Transgenderism and all that stuff.
The issue, like the thing
All
about
that malarkey.
transgenderism, it's a moral issue, right? So it's not necessarily about. I think the second stage, when you get past whether or not it's morally permissible or impermissible, the second stage would be then, okay, how do we implement this into society? Right? How do we implement this into law?
I mean, is it morally permissible? Like,
No, but I'm not here to argue whether or not it's morally permissible. No, but I'm saying.
Well, what's your view?
No, but I don't. I'm agnostic on it. I don't know what view on it. But what do you call it?
Bro, I'm easy, bro. I'm easy. I'm easy.
I don't necessarily have a view, right? But I'm saying that at its foundational level, it's a moral inquiry, and I think that people should engage it rationally and find try and see whether or not it is something that should be allowed morally or like always something that's morally impermissible, then we get onto legislation. But I think some
Right.
people just hand wave the first part, and obviously people have their own beliefs and their own like frameworks of morality, and just like they kind of presuppose this in the first stage, and then when they get to the second stage, they've already skipped the whole like rational and like moral inquiry into whether or not
Do you know what? I'm not
something
gonna
that should be
lie.
allowed.
K
Yeah.
for Capos. How do you say it?
Yes.
You actually brought me onto a very interesting point. And this is why I love doing these things sometimes, by the way, because a lot of time
We
we
ban
start
affirmative.
and it's not obvious that
100%
where we're
we
gonna
should.
go with it. But when we start
Look,
to talk
my
about it, someone
my
just
view on
introduces-
this is like
one second.
go on, go on.
One second. We start to get to this interesting angles, which some people might call us controversial for, but I hadn't actually thought about it going that far yet. Right now, I was kind of like, obviously, like we were kind of agree that they're not women, but actually, there is a point to be made about like if that's then the case, and they're trying to, I guess part of the reason why they want to have these surgeries is because like they want to convince themselves further of let's be honest of the delusion that they are actually women. Should we be saving these people themselves? Like I did a video on the children one. I remember very distinctly having a conversation around 2013 or so, where this topic of like trans children came up, which is a completely ridiculous concept, by the way. First of all,
Yeah.
and people were talking about how but children can be smart enough to affirm their.
I mean,
What?
insane.
So actually now I'm actually putting a question out there. I want to give you. I'll take it back to you now. Should we actually be banning these surgeries for everyone?
100%.
Yeah, for under
100%.
21s, yeah.
Okay.
I think at all stages of life.
Let me let Kate go first, and then Lava, you can join.
It should be illegal at all stages of life. I think this concept is something that we should be actively working to delegitimize and not, affirming as like a legitimate way of living.
Fine,
There's nothing about this which is good in any way. That's my view.
Okay. Lava, do you want to go? You said under something. I'm curious to hear like under. I do have 5 people as requested. As you can see, the topic has kind of changed slightly. So please affirm and confirm that you want to talk about the topic we're talking about right now. As usual, you guys know me. I don't like when people come on and be like, "What are we talking about again?" You're gonna get removed if you ask me that silly question. Thank you, GT. I appreciate you. So prepare yourselves, and I want to start bringing in people just to kind of refresh the audience and kind of like keep it fresh. Innit? Let's hear from different people. Well, Lava, you go, and then I'll refresh the stage. London girl, I think that conversation might have passed already. Lava, are you good?
Love.
Hello.
I don't know. Lava.
She's doing
She might
something?
not be here. She might not be here.
Hello. Sorry,
Oh,
I was
there she
talking
is.
to myself the whole time, but sorry, I was on
It's alright,
mute,
no
so I didn't
worries.
realize. Yeah, sorry.
You mentioned
Yeah,
under 21s. I'm curious to hear your.
Yeah. I don't think we should be forced as a society to affirm anything because I don't. I agree with the other two. However, if over 21 you want to chop off your whatever and add whatever, that's your problem. But under 21s, you shouldn't be, or kids should not be forced to go through surgeries and change their gender. I just don't agree with that. No.
Sounds good.
But-
All right, I'm gonna refresh
bring
the
someone
stage
up?
if you guys don't mind. Yes, and like just so I can have there's quite a few people who have requested. I don't want it to get too crowded.
Go for it.
Beyonce's secret account. You can join my fan club. You can join my personal club if you like. It's a Friday night after all, right? All right. Thank you so much to everyone. K for Couples. I can't thank you enough for all of you actually
my
for your
pleasure.
insights. For well thought out thing, and you kind of brought us onto an interesting angle here, which we're gonna discuss
sure,
with the new guests. Make sure you all follow, guys, so we can come back and do it again. This is why I like to do this stuff because I do love hearing from people. Love to talk to people about what's going on. And I always think that part of the reason why I actually started doing this is because I consider myself to be a kind of modern historian, and I always feel like I love talking to just regular people like myself about what's going on in the world because they have usually the most interesting perspectives, and I think that's proven itself to be the case again today. So we'll keep the conversation going. It's a Friday night. We're not all going anywhere, I imagine. So let me bring some more people up to debate. Should we ban gender affirming surgeries? Beyonce, I like that. You don't mean TikTok. I like the way you think. Is that what I think about Jason? No, I don't think we should ban gender affirming surgeries because of Jason London Girl. I say Jason London Girl. We kind of had the conversation earlier already about Jason. So I don't know if we're gonna rehash that. It's not sarcasm. I don't know. That's a funny question to ask. Let me bring Lither up. It's been a while since I heard from you. Ilias, let me bring you up. I think someone said they disagreed. Was it who was that in the thing? Any, do you want to come up and tell us your views if you don't mind? We'd love to hear from you. Yokoso. Hello, Elias. Hello, Litha. Hello,
Hi.
user 5619. I think that person looks familiar. Um,
Should I go first or?
yeah, Elias, you can go. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say, firstly, I do support banning gender affirming surgeries. Firstly,
Okay.
firstly, I think the reason being, I think if we justify people's, I would say, I would call it a mental illness. I feel like the point I made in the chat was if someone was schizophrenic and they had an idea of different people in their head, we wouldn't then try and resolve the issue by saying, oh, those people are real people, essentially. And you're making the issue worse in the sense that you're convincing someone that obviously doing that surgery is going to make them that thing. And there is data also to support that people that are transgender, would you say, or someone like that, are more prone to depression, more prone to self-harm as well, essentially, and obviously the unaliving thing as well, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's not something that we should be supporting. We should be helping people, as we did, in my opinion, before. Obviously, the methods weren't that great. I've heard crazy methods that they used to use back in the day, but there is ways to help these people rather than telling people, yes, you're completely right in your viewpoint. Let's just do a surgery. I think it's akin to someone wanting to be blind, essentially, and then having surgery to take their eyes out. That's how I see it, essentially.
Yeah.
That's not something we should be supporting. That's how I see it, anyway.
Good point. Yeah, you've also heard a lot of doctors that oppose it talk about how it's kind of counter to the Hippocratic oath of doing no harm, because it is quite harmful, and there are untold amount of complications. I imagine if it was a surgery that was meant to just help people, I don't know, get better from a condition, they probably would have banned it ages ago. Because like, this is not really helping people. Unaliving, that's a massive issue. A lot of people detransition and be like, I actually want to go back to my previous.
And then it's too much damage done to your body.
No real backseas. Okay, thank you for sharing. I'm going to add something else, no, please.
No, I just wanted to. Oh yeah, with the kid thing, I just want to quickly mention this. I feel like kids are very malleable in terms of their brain, essentially, especially when they're younger.
Extremely.
Yeah. So if you're telling a kid, essentially, someone that's already confused about certain things, oh, girls should do this, boys should do this, and then you're firstly justifying
Hello?
you can have, I just want to quickly say, you can have certain things that you like, essentially knitting or whatever, and not be essentially something that you would traditionally say is for women, essentially.
Yep.
And you can still be a man, would you say, if it's a boy trying to become a woman, for example. So I think people are just affirming things that are harmful, that are telling them, oh, I need to get a surgery, etc., to change this.
Beyonce's secret account is such a menace. Why are you just going at people for no? Can the man not say? I think he was testing his mic. Can bro not say hello? He's being polite and respectful. We can hear you, bro. Let me get Lither in here, and then I'll refresh the thing, and then I'll bring some. I think there's a couple people in the guests that disagree. So if you disagree with that, with this question, if you think we shouldn't, I would love to hear from you as well. I think so far everyone kind of has consensus so far, which is not exactly the sexiest and most fun conversation. London Girl is obsessed about Jason. This is crazy. Beyonce, I am enjoying having you here. I'll be honest. You are entertaining me, which is much needed on a Friday night. Litha, let me hear from you on this.
Hi.
How are you? Long time.
How are you?
How you
Okay, so I think it's a very slippery slope to try and tell people what they can and or in fact should and should not do.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I am not someone who believes that you should be able to just wake up and say, like, I don't believe this discourse that's happening right now about transgender women saying they are women in the same way that I am a woman.
Yep.
I also, though, do not think it is okay to tell people that, okay, we need to ban gender affirming surgeries because in the greater scheme of things, there are 0.1% of the population. Like take the US, for example.
Okay.
All right. Doctors have rights to say they are not comfortable performing gender affirming surgeries, but to completely say, okay, let's ban. No.
Sorry, is your position now because like it's a statistically insignificant number of people? It's fine. That seems to be what you've just said so far.
No.
So what is your position?
My issue is the slippery slope that this would go down when it comes to policing people, because then how far do we take things, like, and who gets to decide what people can and can't do or should and shouldn't do with,
Can you give me an example
you
of
know,
like,
and
can you give me an example of which one, like what slope would be controversial? Like if we do this, what might it then lead to that would then be like, okay, this is questionable. But I don't quite see it right now.
okay, for example, take the pro-choice, pro-life argument, right?
Yep.
And take how for a long time, pro-lifers have been like canvassing on this ideal, that they are coming from this moral standpoint that this is not okay. These are babies that are being murdered, right? And now there are sweeping bans on abortions throughout the US, right? Which are having adverse results. Women are dying. Women are going to unsafe clinics and putting their health at risk in that way.
Yep.
All right. Children who are victims of sexual abuse are having to
Careful
put
what you say
their
on here, Lita.
young bodies
Lita,
through
Lita,
pregnancy and childbirth because of grown women and men in particular just throwing blanket statements out that, oh, we are.
So I guess the question is,
I think we're
are those two
diverted,
things? Are those two things the same? Elias, I might have to like.
Yes.
Wait, give me a
because
second. Elias, thank you for joining. By the way, I'm gonna have to remove you so I bring a few more
Okay,
people.
can I just make a quick point on what she said really quickly, and then I'll jump off.
Okay, go on.
I feel if we're talking about banning something, obviously it's something that is being banned essentially. We're trying to make morally justifiable things that we think is harmful to society, and we're trying to prevent that from happening essentially. So we're trying to, in this case, reduce harm, what we believe is harm, and there's obviously moral justifications for that. So I don't think
exactly. And how is that different from the pro-life argument and the repercussions
You're creating false
thereof?
equivalencies.
All right.
No, it's not. Because the
Yeah.
pro-lifers use the exact same talking points that you guys have just
I mean,
used
I mean,
about how it's
okay,
moral,
all right,
how
okay.
it's ethical.
So let's get into that then. I guess there has been a debate about abortion, which is why we do have, for example, different countries have times where you can do it up to, right? Like there is a recognition that like if it gets to this point, it is probably kind of unfair on the child as well, who's now more fully formed compared to like a few weeks when it's just a fetus, right? So
But
that is a
that is-
debate that's been had, and
But
people do
AJ,
agree
that is not the debate.
no, it's like that's a debate that's been had. is my
Debate
point.
and the point was, and the whole goal of the pro-life movement was to put a blanket ban.
No, I mean, I
no
don't
exceptions.
This is
I think you're
just
arguing
not
the
true.
Hey guys, why is everyone
No, this is
talking? Let me finish, please, guys, come on. Lita, I think that's kind of unfair to say that. I mean, there is a reason why even in
It's
the
not.
US,
It's the same thing.
Even in the
it's
US, there are
exactly
different-
what you're saying.
No, it's
You're
not the
using the same talking points
Yeah,
about morality about people's mental state, about
So you don't find it to be a
saving
mental.
people from themselves.
You don't find it to be like there is like if someone feels like they are born in the wrong body, you think that's actually just a fair thing. Like you can't just be born into the wrong body. Do you affirm that idea as a thing?
I've never felt those feelings, and I'm not and I'm not someone who just is like believes in this concept of like you, AJ, can wake up tomorrow and be like, okay, I now feel like a woman, or that transgender women should be allowed and centered in women's spaces, because do you understand? So I'm not on that end of the spectrum at all. But what I'm saying is this is a very slippery slope, and you're not going to understand it until now. It's something that is going to affect you or someone that you care about.
Yeah,
And it's
but I feel like
Oh my gosh.
given how new these surgeries are, I find it. I'm
You're
struggling
desperate
see
to
it
get
as
involved here, bruv.
Okay.
That
You know,
is their-
instead of me
doesn't-
responding, I'll let
But wait,
I think it's a
wait,
false
but
equivalency in
wait.
the first
It
place.
does-
We're
it
just
does not
guys. All right, Litha. I think to be fair, I think you said quite a bit. People kind of understand your position, generally speaking. I think Muta kind of disagrees with the take as well. But I don't know. I'm sure his angle might be different to yours. But given that A disagrees with you, I'll let A respond to you, and then again, guys, let's try and talk one at a time, please.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, you can go.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
I just thought that we was
Your passion and
diverting.
energy was
Yeah. I mean,
was
I wouldn't
evident.
say I'm passionate. I would say that I have a position on this
Okay,
issue.
all right.
And I'm happy to.
I'm guessing it's different to
share it.
Litha's one, right?
For sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
alright,
This
let's
is
hear
a
it.
complete. Yeah, it's a complete straw man to use the idea of an extreme position that exists. I don't think any reasonable person on the planet believes that abortion in all places and all times is completely inherently immoral and it shouldn't happen at all. No one's saying that. And you're just arguing with an extreme that doesn't exist in this discussion. We're not having a discussion about abortion. You're just creating false parallels that are, just they're not relevant to where we are at the moment. So I want to get into my own point on this issue. First of all, I just want to dismantle a few things that tends to happen in the discourse. Is that people that advocate for transgenderism or advocate for LGBTQIA+, they add a new letter on every other day. I'm saying that they tend to just say, oh yeah, this is like a trivial issue. Why are we discussing it? It's like a culture war issue. But the second someone has an opinion that goes against the mainstream, that goes against like what they believe, or what is probably like the dominant thought in society today, they'll be like, oh, like you're taking a very bigoted position.
All right,
And
sorry,
the
I
bigoted position-
don't mean to cut you off. I'll let you continue. But for us to be able to get everyone's take, you are gonna have to get to your actual position, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I understand you. I understand your beef with like the general, like whatever, like how people feel.
No. I'm just saying that I believe that this, the idea of gender, it belongs to people.
All right, get
Okay,
to that
it-
position. If
okay.
you don't mind. Get there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at the juggler.
Thank you.
I've held it by the by the juggler. Okay, so yeah, gender is when the moment you make a surgery permissible to the public, ultimately speaking, you have made a norm that there are no objective truths when it comes to gender. Okay. And that is diverting away from the biological realities that are just unchangeable and exist with men and women.
Right.
It's very, very simple. Do you understand? And
What
the
is
idea
gender?
that
All right, let him finish.
I'm saying a man is a man, he has a penis, and then you have a woman that has a vagina. And that
You
biological
don't even
reality.
know what you're saying.
Okay,
You
can
are
I let me just?
conflating
I don't need you to
gender
interrupt
and
me.
sex.
I don't need
What
you to
you're
interrupt me.
talking about is
I don't need
sex.
you to interrupt me. I
Male
don't
and
need you to
female
interrupt me. Okay, I don't need you to interrupt me.
All right,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
I'm gonna finish my point.
Continue.
Gender's a social construct, all that nonsense. Keep it to yourself. I'm saying that the biological realities between these two groups exist, and the moment that you say that these biological realities don't matter, and we do not need to organize society in that manner, okay, which takes into consideration the differences between these two people, okay, you're playing a game with this. It's not my concern whether someone woke up in the morning and has the delusions of I'm a different gender, or I was born into the wrong body.
Right.
Okay, there's an assumption there that simply doesn't need to be accepted by the wider society that is comfortable with the gender that they were born into. Okay, so this idea that, you know, we're going to dismantle things because of this small little corner of society that says, oh, look at me, I woke up with this gender, this, you know, I feel like I was born in the wrong body, or, you know, you're appealing to these trivial, like, oh yeah, I like to play with Barbies when I was younger.
Just so I understand,
I like to play with certain toys when I was younger.
Just so I understand you, is your point that, like, this is not a trivial thing because it's upsetting the natural order of things? You see it as a wider issue because it's starting to interfere with, like, our arrangement as a
at the end of the day,
of
course, 100%. The moment you tell people that your biological realities do not matter, okay, they do not matter to how we engage with the wider community and the wider society, you're making an argument that affects everyone. So it's not just a trivial issue where we're just validating the the corners of society that that have a problem with their biological realities that they were born into. That's not our problem. What you're now saying is that we all need to live in this delusion that these realities don't exist. Okay. And that, and ultimately, we all have different moral conclusions on how we understand these things. So, I mean, the idea that you're just presupposing that, oh, look at me, I have like a different understanding, or like you're playing this game where you feel like you're morally superior to other different understandings. Okay, and this is the kind of thing that exists in the discourse. Like, oh, look at me, you know, I have this certain opinion, and if you go against it, you're a bigot. So you're fine with, I've assumed just to clarify, morally acceptable.
You're fine with, like, I guess, like, I'm sure you don't really have a problem with, like, them choosing to identify as, or do you actually have a problem with that as well? Like,
of course.
Is it, you have a problem with them identifying, like, self-identifying? No, I mean, like, let's say a guy wanted to start dressing as a woman, wear makeup. You don't care about that per se.
No, I don't care about that because then that's a decision that you've made in your own life. But I don't need to live in these delusions.
Oh, like, okay. So
at the end of the day, I'm not going to police what people wear.
Okay.
But the idea that I'm going to live in the delusions of now calling you a woman.
Oh, like, and saying she and he and stuff like that and all that kind of.
Yeah, and I think we need to be really honest about. Yeah, like, and we have to be really honest about where this comes from. It's like, you know, there's an ideology out there that exists that. There are no objective truths. Like, family doesn't matter. The idea of being a man, being a woman doesn't matter.
Oh, you think it's deeper? You think there's some kind of wider thing here?
Yeah, it's like a downstream from Marxism a little bit. Like,
Marxism,
like that
what?
Yeah, like, oh yeah, gender doesn't matter.
All right. I'm gonna get Lithuania to respond to you now. Before you go,
Marxism.
Hold your horse. Now before you
Marxism does promote. Nah.
Guys, stop interrupting me, please. Now, Lita, before you go, I would say, I know you made a lot of points. I think I'm foretelling that you wanna. Someone said you watched too much Jordan Peterson. Wait, I thought I invited you on the live earlier. Did you drop, or was that an accident? I think you also disagree, so I want to hear from you. Back to what I was saying, Lita. I think I can foretell that you have some designs on making the point about Soph. I've never seen Soph on here before. How are you, Soph? Have we interacted before? You're going to make some point about the distinction between sex and gender as a form of self-expression, and I already see that argument coming. Oh, you're new here. Nice. Thank you for joining. But I guess if I'm assuming correctly, you're going to make that point. I do want to point out that, again, we are talking specifically, and this goes to everyone on the stage and everyone in the audience. We're talking specifically about the surgery here, guys. Yeah. So if you're going to make the point later about gender expression and how different that is, choosing to go through surgery to try and have a new sexual organ, that is straight into the biological point, right? So you can't avoid that when you make your point. Bear that in mind when you make your point, and do try and keep it relatively succinct if you don't mind, because Mutak has been waiting patiently. All right, you have the floor.
No, I wasn't going to expand on that. I was just, my point of chiming in at that particular moment was to point out that what he is talking about is not sex, which is what the surgery is for.
Okay.
The things points he was mentioning, or what he was talking about is gender. So just how you outwardly present,
Yes.
or the ideals of what a woman is, what a man is in terms of femininity and masculinity,
Yep.
these intangible things. So that's why I was chiming in at that point. But he has just proved my point,
Okay.
because now he's saying, well, you can dress up however you want, do whatever you want with your body. You can dress up however you want. I don't have a problem with that. Well, then why do you have a problem with someone getting a surgery? Like, what is someone else's penis having to do in your mind that you are so riled up about what they choose to do with it?
I think
These
if I
surgeries
could,
are also extremely expensive,
okay.
extremely difficult to find doctors who can even do them. So it's not like this is as readily available and accessible as like cough medicine. Okay, there are really like big, tangible barriers to getting gender affirming surgeries. So this idea that the fact that these are available is some affront to some gender
Societal order,
normative society is stupid. It's not true. That is not the case. And
Right.
it goes then back to my point where I was mentioning abortion for this fact that it started on, it's a moral standpoint from being Christian, that, oh, you're murdering babies, to now we care about clumps of cells, but women can fucking die. Children can fucking die.
Hey,
It's
Lita,
okay.
be careful, please. We're on TikTok.
Oh, sorry, language.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Do you get my point? And A has just proved it, because in the one hand, you don't care at all how someone chooses to present outwardly. But no, surgery is where you draw the line. Who are
But
you
Lita,
to
wouldn't
tell
you
people
say like
where they can
surgery?
and should
Lita, I
draw
must
the
say
line?
though, wouldn't you say that a woman's desire to want to have an abortion is different from someone's belief that they are in a different body so much so that they want to have surgery to change? You don't think those two things that are different? I think most people would say they are.
Those two things are different. What we are talking about, and the point I'm making again, is the policing of these two things being the exact same. That's the equivalence here. That is what is the
disagree.
same.
No, but,
with
but,
these
but,
two
Lisa,
things.
when you say policing, I do think society does accept that women can't just do what they want. Like, you can't just have a abortion at 9. I'm not saying that happens like massively or whatever, but there is a reason why we have laws governing abortion, right? Because we recognize that despite the fact that it's a woman's choice, it is a choice. It's not just her choice to like an nth degree. There has to be limits that society collectively imposes on that. Because yes, there is vulnerable.
Absolutely.
So like, how
Absolutely.
is that then different if someone then says like, yep, society does have a stake in it, so you can't just say like, it's my body. If I want to chop off my reproductive organ, I can just do that. We do have a position.
Absolutely. And listen, AJ, I would then even go and say, okay, society has much more of a stake in terms of the abortion debate, but what stake does society, as you say, have in what someone chooses to do with their penis or their vagina?
I guess the stake
What
there would
stake do you have in that?
I guess the stake there would be like, they clearly seem to have some gender dysphoria, right? Like they seem to have some kind of no view and belief for them,
Again,
which is like
what stake do you have? Like, okay, let's say it is a mental illness,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
That manifests itself in gender dysphoria, okay?
yep,
That is, and you consider gender affirming surgeries as self harm.
yes.
What stake do you have in that as AJ?
I mean, I don't want
Now,
people, I don't want people harming
morally,
themselves. That's obvious.
but what business is it of yours? What do you care?
I mean, come on. It's widely accepted. We
No,
have
no,
a
no, no, no.
societal
No,
understand
what
because
do
that person
you
needs our
care?
help. That person needs our help. They're clearly going through a
No,
mental problem.
because a man wants breasts, he needs your help.
Yes.
What do you care if a man has breasts?
It's not about the breast litter. It's about the fact that he has a
It
mental
is,
problem. No,
because
it's
that
not
is
about
part
that.
of gender affirming surgery.
Yeah, but if you're going
So
as
what
far
do
as to
you
like,
care
if he wears a
what
synthetic one,
someone
I don't
else
mind.
has between their legs?
If he wears a synthetic one,
What
I
do
don't
you
mind.
care?
No, I mean, okay. Let me.
What
Anyway,
stake do you have
listen, I think
in what someone has or doesn't have between their legs?
no, I mean,
What greater like function are they are they dismantling by choosing what they want to have between their legs? And how does that affect you as AJ? What the next person has between their legs?
I mean, I
you
get.
don't have an answer because it doesn't.
No, but
It doesn't
no, but
affect you.
no. I mean, no, not really. Because I guess you could say like, what state?
Exactly.
No,
it
no, wait.
doesn't
No, let
affect
me
you.
answer. Let me
so
answer.
the
Listen,
issue
give
here
me a
is why
second.
you're trying to
Let me
police
answer.
something that has nothing to do with you.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. So a woman choosing to have an abortion doesn't affect me. It's not my baby. It's not my child. That'll be like saying, by that logic, then we shouldn't have any rules around it because it's just purely her choice. No, that's not how it works. We recognize that up to a point is reasonable, but when it gets to a certain point, just because of the harm to the life growing inside of her, like even though it's not our life, it's not our family, society does accept that you can't that is a valid thing to do. So if someone has a mental illness and we think that they're gonna harm themselves, yeah, I guess if we just let them die, I guess we could do that. But no, we don't do that. We say, actually, we're going to try and save you from yourself, and there's sectioning laws and like you're trying to ensure that you don't harm yourself. I think that's a fair thing to want to do. Like that makes it anyway. To be fair, Mutak and Sofa have been waiting patiently, so we're gonna have to put a pin in it for now. And I think Mutak actually disagrees with you, so I'll let him kind of pick up on the response. Mutak, how are you?
For one, I get what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that at first she was trying to say that that it's like, I think she was trying to say that it's like taking away abortion rights, like it's a slippery slope, etc., etc.
Yeah.
For one, I think if she's trying to argue for not banning gender affirming surgeries, that's a bad argument to give because, simply put, they're just not the same thing.
Okay.
They're just not. But I'm gonna go off her argument. I'm gonna argue my own point.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be banned. I don't think it should be banned, and I feel like there should be a limit, as in like what age you can do it. I think 25, because I think most of the frontal lobe is like most of the frontal lobe is mostly.
Bro's been to TikTok University about frontal lobe at 25. You're making
No, it's not fully developed until like mid 30s though, but like it's mostly developed like by that time. But if you're a bit younger and you're trying to get it, I think you should have like it should be by case by case. As in, like, a psychologist needs to go and speak to you, make sure you're not mentally, disturbed, and you know what the complications are and what you're actually doing, etc. Have a test. And
whose bed is rocking? Good question. Beyonce's account has a very keen ear. It must be Mutak's one.
Yeah, it's my seat. That's my bed.
Okay.
I feel like when you say that being trans is a mental disorder, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. Because I think I read something about this before, that there's a part of the brain that controls your sense of self.
Yep.
And it could not align with your sex, if that makes sense. I'm not sure how to explain it. Like, brain scans show that for example, transgender women actually have like a smaller female style structure, that area of the brain.
the orbital frontal cortex, perhaps. You know what I'm talking about?
No. I'm gonna check it once Sophie speaks. I'll check what part of the brain it is. But like transgender women, their brain, could actually be smaller and be like in a female style structure in that specific area of the brain.
So do trans men have larger brains then?
I think so. And
Can someone fact check that? I'll look into it.
I mean, I can fact check it now, but I don't want to just be camping up here and spend too much time on it.
All right, go on.
If that makes sense. Yeah. So but again, by case, if you're younger, because obviously we don't want somebody to go and make that decision and then regret it later. It's less likely to happen by the time they're like 25 that they try and do that thing, if that makes sense. What the other guy was saying about how it was. What was he saying again? I mean, he also said that it was a mental disorder, and he was saying, I think he was making virtue-like statements about it, which was, I think, is kind of bigoted and a bit ignorant, because, again, he said something about how they have higher anxiety, etc., etc. What I would say to that is, if you're bullying somebody in a park for a long amount of time, wouldn't you expect that their depression will go up? As in, trans people have been oppressed for such a long time, and they are often not accepted for their identity and what they are. Of course, they're gonna have high rates of depression and anxiety because their parents don't accept them, their friends don't accept them, nobody really accepts them, if that makes sense. And they need to go online. If they go online and they go on TikTok, or on Views, they're probably going to see a lot of videos where they're not accepted and us arguing whether they should be allowed to have their own surgeries, if you get what I mean. So obviously they're going to be having a lot of depression. When they go to sleep at night, this is the type of things they're probably going to be thinking about. And it's probably going to stay this way, if that makes sense.
So if I ask you a question, you don't consider it to be a mental, like an abnormal mental problem, you don't think? You think it's like a natural thing?
I mean, somebody could argue with me and be like, oh, they're psychopaths and they have flaws in their frontal lobe, and that's why they go and commit crimes, and they have a mental disorder. Somebody could argue that against me from what I'm saying about this trans thing, because obviously their brain is different, and somebody from a different perspective could also say that, oh, but their brains are different, ain't that a disorder too? I would argue no, because it's not negatively affecting society. And you know what happens to psychopaths once they're picked up early? They are put into a type of system where like they can mitigate those psychopathic tendencies, so that they can actually be adapted to society.
So you don't think that's the same thing should be done? People. But I think surgeries are the ways to do that for trans people?
Yeah, I think that's a way for them to adapt to society and be happy. Because let's be honest, let's think of it economically now. Yeah, if there's a person really, really depressed and they feel like they're in the wrong body, they're not going to be a very good worker.
No, but the rates of them being happy post surgery are not actually the best, to be honest. There are a lot of there are a lot of complications, and a lot of people actually didn't make the point to want to transition back, or detransition as they call it, back to their original what do you call it?
Is it like that's a high level of people trying to? That's why I said
it's not like I'm not sure it's the majority, but it's not an insignificant amount. I think it's like there's those forums and platforms about it, and a lot of people feeling like, you know, a lot of these doctors kind of like misled them on the true, I guess, risk, but also like just kind of like affirmed what they were saying. Like if you go to a doctor saying like, I feel like I'm in the wrong body, you should probably be referred to like a mental health. I mean, I think they do kind of do that already. They kind of like speak to them, you know, understand mentally, like, you know, why do you feel that way, all that kind of stuff. But
I get what you're saying. But I would say the same.
So you go on.
I would say that the same thing applied to abortions back in the day. Abortions were illegal before. There was not much investment in it. Doctors, when they talked about it, they didn't really explain it well because they weren't really educated that well on it. I think that if you are if we put funding into this, that so doctors can actually go and study this and actually understand how to do it, less complications in surgery, they're able to explain the complications and everything that comes with it, and, you know, talk to them rightly. And I think that it could actually work properly. But obviously now it's a newer thing, so obviously it's not going to be as good. So I think the argument that they have depression after it, they want to change back after the surgery, I think that's just due to lack of funding and bad information and doctors that don't really know what they're doing. I think with good funding that it will work.
All right. Let me get Soph in here.
Yeah.
Even though I don't agree with you, but let me get Soph in here. Hello, Soph. Thank you for joining.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I actually was gonna say that I think that the whole point that Lithia, I think her name is, was making was that when it comes to abortion, like there is a minor involved. So like that minor doesn't have the ability to advocate for them itself. Hence why, we have these rules and requirements and restrictions, because it allows us to protect the minor. Whereas when we come to something like gender affirming surgery, we're talking about adults who are fully competent and fully able to, well, so long as we're talking about like it after the age of 18, we're talking about adults who are fully competent and fully able to make decisions regarding their own life. So what is our business interfering with that? Like for me, it's no different to like somebody deciding to get plastic surgery, like really and truly, because people are out here putting all sorts of poisons in their body, and we don't have the same energy for that. We're not. If the whole like argument is that we're so concerned about gender affirming surgery because of the harm it could potentially cause and all of this, why do we not keep the same energy for all sorts of plastic surgery? Why are we not policing people who go and get BBLs, who go and get lip filler? Like, why are we not all up in their business like we are with people who want to make modifications to their body in terms of like sex?
Would you say, I think some people would say probably the obvious answer to that is actually the reasons why they're doing it. And maybe there's a point to be made about if there's a sliding spectrum of what doing plastic surgery to change your body, like, that dramatically says about how you feel about yourself. A lot of people do come out and say like, yes, I actually felt, not loving how I looked and stuff like that. But if the plastic surgery we're talking about is to the scale of because you feel like you're fundamentally want to be a different person, like which we all agree, I think most of us would agree, it's not even physiologically possible. But feeling so strongly about wanting to be an entirely different sex, so much so that you undergo surgery to make that happen, that seems like a different level, no? That seems like different to like I want my bum to be bigger. I want my bum to be bigger so I get a BBL. Seems more on the spectrum of like I can go gym really hard. Obviously, it's a bit more extreme than gym or whatever. But you then saying like I want to remove an organ, like that's basically what you're talking about, removing an organ. That sounds a bit different, no?
But I honestly think that bears more weight in and more authenticity than a BBL. Because like if you're that strongly convinced and that's the only reason you're willing to go to such lengths, I think that makes more sense than like being willing to damage your body to the extent that you could with a BBL simply because you want a bigger bum. I think that is more indicative of, I think that's more indicative of like mental health issues, if anything.
So you think the BBL speaks more to a mental health issue than wanting to like than believing like you're in a different body?
Yeah, because you genuinely like, but like you genuinely believe
is that
that's
genuinely as in like someone that has a mental problem will genuinely believe that, like crazy people genuinely think they're not crazy. Doesn't mean they're not crazy.
No, but I'm saying like, yeah, but they genuinely I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say.
I think you're talking about how their conviction. Like the level of conviction, but again, that my counterpoint to you would be like being strongly convinced of a crazy position doesn't make it like worth affirming. Like, if anything, it makes it more concerning.
It's like the conviction behind it, I guess, sort of like that conviction has to stem from somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not
from gender dysphoria, a mental illness, a problem. Like you have a problem, like there's something wrong with you. Not in a bad way, we love them and stuff like that, but like like you have a belief in your head about something that we need to help you with because you're not seeing the world correctly. So by a combination of like the fact that you want to change your sex means that you're not seeing the world correctly, because there really shouldn't be any such thing. If you want to express yourself in a different way, hey, go right ahead, innit? Knock yourself out. Wear a dress, it's all the spectrum, right? Muslim guys wear dresses, really, if you think about those. Ain't nobody stopping them.
But if you think about the reasons that people are pushed to gender affirming surgery, I think that's more of a talking point than whether we should ban them or not. And
Sorry?
I think a lot of that.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Like a lot of it stems from, like societal norms surrounding like what is expected of males and what is expected of men and what is expected of women. And when people don't necessarily exhibit behaviors that are in alignment with one or the other, it makes them question whether or not, they are meant to be a part of that group. And that sort of conviction can be strengthened by other external things, like when people put a lot of pressure on people who, like, I don't know, wear makeup or do certain things to, like, sort of be women, if that makes sense. Like, they can't be men in the current form that they're operating in. Like, they have to be one or the other, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
But I think, that would make the point that, again, trying to cut your penis off in response to that is a bit of a dramatic response, no?
Like, I don't think anyone escalates like just like that overnight. No
one's saying it's overnight. I mean, how long it takes is kind of irrelevant here. I'll be honest. The fact that you still end up getting to that decision, as a if part of the point you're making is that they do that, because they feel like they can't fit into one or the other, still extreme.
But then also when you look,
like in a world in which we didn't have this, right, and there was a campaign or discussion as to like whether or not we should have this, I don't think everyone will be like, this is so unfair to these people. I just don't. I think people will just be like, hey, I guess that's just how the world is, man. Like, express yourself how you want to, up to the point, like, yeah, you can't do surgery, but like, wear a dress, wear makeup. I don't know. Yeah. Whatever you want to do, wear fake breasts if you want to do that. That's fine. Do you knock yourself out? But like, I don't think people will be crying like, this is so unfair to my civil rights that I'm not allowed to have surgery. That like, again, you can't even say the surgery changes. Like, let's be honest, it doesn't change. Like, that doesn't make you a woman. It's a cosmetic thing. Like, you are still what you were born as, really and truly. Like, everyone knows that. So at that point, then it becomes like, I don't know. I guess it makes you more comfortable.
It's not our job to dictate what the benefits of these surgeries are. Like, that's not why we're discussing whether or not they should be a thing. Like, if someone thinks that's going to be a benefit to them and that's going to change their life, then that's absolutely their prerogative. Like, they can completely do that. That's up to them. I think that, like, we shouldn't be trying to police the decisions that they're making surrounding their own bodies, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to have to live with the consequence of it. And I think this, like, harm-based narrative is just a bit of BS, because we don't keep the same energy for all things which could potentially be harmful. All of a sudden, we just have so much vim for gender affirming surgeries, but we don't have that same vim in other areas, if that makes sense. So it just feels more of a thing of like people more upset with gender affirming surgeries because they seemingly upset the status quo, and they're scared. It's, the guy that came on here and was talking about like,
the societal ills of like trans people.
And he was talking about all of that. I think it almost sounded like he was scared that somebody was trying to rob him of his right to identify as male. Like, no one is trying to emasculate you or, trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's trying to, I guess, sort of deny your reality that you are a male by them undergoing this surgery. Like, the two things aren't correlated. And I think that for a lot of people in their heads, they are, like, and that's why they're so anti it, because in some weird way, it makes them feel less legitimized as a male or a female.
Okay, before I respond to that, can we get the likes up, please? It's been 2.5 hours and I have 5k likes. I'm a bit embarrassed, guys. I need to be saying likes counters in my lives just to remind. I know people just forget because the conversation is really, really fun. So I don't hold that against you guys, but it does help me grow, and it helps. I think my manager, my creator network manager, said like a lot of people come into my lives and my conversion is not the best. So I think for 2.5 hours, I should probably have like 15k likes at least. Again, I'm not setting that standard, but if you guys want to get there, you gotta go. Hey, it's been really nice having you here, Beyonce's secret account. Imagine if you actually Beyonce, that would be hilarious. That Beyonce has a personality, that's for sure, if that's the case. But hopefully I'll see you next time. Thank you for joining. So back to the point you were making about the fact that the harm argument is BS. I don't think so, because I do think, like, if we all agree that gender dysphoria is an actual mental problem, like that's literally a mental problem. Like, it's not the same as, like, I guess maybe you could then say like people that want to do BBLs also have some kind of, that's not gender dysphoria, right? They have an issue with their body, Maybe if you have an issue with your body,
body dysmorphia.
Like, body dysmorphia. Yeah, if you feel like I don't like how I look, and maybe the way you look is, that's not quite the same as like I think I'm in the wrong sex. Like, that's so dramatic, no? Anyway, let me get Curated to take on. I guess there's two things we're talking about here. Sub points about the question about whether we should ban it or not comes from the question of like how significant we think it's a mental problem. Because yes, of course, a human being is still deciding what to do and they're in control. But same way we wouldn't say crazy people are in control. Like, they're not. That's why we kind of keep them in different places, and we basically say no, you don't have the right to just do what you want because you're crazy. So if you believe that it is an expression of a mental problem, shall we call it? No, mental illness sounds a bit rude. Mental problem, shall we say? Then the extension of that should be like, you're basically legitimizing or giving people that have a mental problem the ability to just decide to enact the fruits of their mental problem on themselves. I mean, should we allow that? To that point, I bring curated in to that question.
I think it should be banned for people under 18. I think when you're over 18, you can do whatever you want with your body. You can make any changes, any alterations. Like, that's your choice. I think for me, I just think it shouldn't be covered by like the NHS, for example. I think it should be privately funded.
Is it covered by the NHS right now?
I think, yeah, in some cases, yes.
Let's have a look. Is gender surgery covered? It says Medicare. I don't know why it's giving me the American view. Covered by NHS. Oh, it's covered by the NHS.
Yeah.
Covered procedures include chest reconstruction, hysterectomy, genital reconstruction. Interesting. Go on.
Yeah, so I don't think like public funds should go, because it's a personal problem. Like, and it's what's that word? Superficial. That there's a word I'm
cosmetic.
It's cosmetic, exactly. It's not. I mean, you could argue it's life-threatening because of the high suicide rates amongst trans people, but the surgery doesn't necessarily reduce the rates of suicide within that community. I think if you are an adult and you feel like having boobs or not having boobs and make you feel better, that's your choice. Do it. I just don't think the public should have to pay for that.
So you're comfortable with the idea that even if it is an expression of some kind of mental problem, ultimately it is your choice and you can do what you want.
Yup.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair
but
enough.
What were the subtopics you guys were discussing under this?
I think that was mainly it. To be honest. It came up from the trans women and women stuff. And I didn't reflect it on the. Actually, no. So I think I do disagree with that. I'll be honest. I didn't reflect it on the on this question specifically, and someone brought it up. And then I was like, in a world in which, let's be honest, is an expression of like, it's abnormal, shall I say? I do actually think, I'm leaning more and more towards like it's a mental problem, and a lot of these people need to be safe from themselves. Also, because the counterpoint would be like I said earlier, if these surgeries didn't exist, would there be some kind of pressure to try and have them? I don't think so. I think everyone would just be like, oh, okay, fair enough. We can just wear dresses and do all that stuff short of like actual doing the surgeries and stuff. But it's okay.
I think they're fairly recent. Like, the practice is fairly recent, right? So we don't have enough time to analyze its effects, positive or negative. But there are a lot of detransitioners. Like, I don't know if you've seen their content.
Yeah. There's massive. A lot of them feel like misled by the prevailing narrative, and they have very strong opinions about the fact that there's some kind of cabal of, I guess, woke doctors that are pushing the idea that this actually is helpful to them when they know it's really not.
Yeah, so I'm not saying trans people are new. What I'm saying is the gender affirming surgery practice is relatively new at this scale. So we haven't really had the chance to study its effects just yet. I don't know. For me, I think my only grievance is I don't get why the NHS is paying for it. It's like, I can understand why the NHS might pay for reconstructive surgery for a woman that's had breast cancer, for example, but I can't understand why we're paying for someone that feels like they're in the wrong gender and they'd feel better with boobs, and just pay for it yourself. I'd feel better with, I don't know, double D, then I should pay for it myself.
Yeah.
And I'm aware the NHS does pay for women as well. So there have been young girls, or maybe girls in their late teens, that have like complained and said they're depressed. I mean, these are very rare instances.
Yeah.
And the NHS has paid for plastic surgery, whether it was a nose job like rhinoplasty or a boob job for them. It's happened before for women too, so just wanted to make that clarification. But I just don't think it should be the common practice that the state or the government or the taxpayers pay for transitioning.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Camille makes the point that BBLs don't even look nice. I'm good on that, man.
Please, everyone pretends online to hate BBLs, and then
Pretends?
in real life,
Nah, this is for real, man. I've never seen a BBL I liked in person. I'll be real. I've never seen one that I'd be like, this is nice. Never.
You just couldn't tell. The ones you liked, you just couldn't tell.
I mean, maybe like that was a very minor one then. Like, the ones I've seen anyway that I know is a BBL. It's not moving me at all. And then when people were like, again, there must be some kind of sick men that love this stuff, because when I see it, I'm like, who is this appealing to? Who are the people that enjoy? What is this? Some strange. Yeah. If you're out there and you like those kinds, you're sick. You're a sick man. Something wrong with you. Zion Williamson, I'm looking at you. Something wrong with this guy. You guys probably don't know who that is.
I actually had a question about for the ladies on the panel, like how you feel about trans women in women's spaces. And it's interesting because I've been seeing the whole discourse on TikTok over the past few weeks. And you know, I've heard
what should I call this topic now? Trans women in women's spaces. Just triggering people. People are gonna think I'm some kind of rage bait account. I'm just doing all the I'm picking up all the right wing rage bait trifecta. That's not my aim, by the way, guys. I just end up being anyway, sorry, go on, curator. I interrupted you.
I kind of lost my train of thought now.
You said trans women in women's spaces.
Yeah, so I've been seeing the discourse, and it's funny the topic that was there before, because the narrative, like I've heard responses like, oh, your parts don't define your gender, then how come it kind of affirm your transition? But going back to the new topic, I personally am opposed to it. It's like, actually not opposed, I'm firmly opposed to it. I don't think trans women should be in women's spaces at all. I think I'll let everyone else speak.
Litha, do you wanna go? You've been waiting for a while.
Okay. So, like I said in the beginning, hi, curated. You and I agree today.
Hallelujah.
Is that better? I'm just asking because someone said they can't read it.
Oh, okay.
You can read it fine?
So like I said, I actually, speaking about the discourse that's been happening this past week, I have been blocked and categorized as TERF and all of these things. So I am not by any stretch of the imagination, like some far left person or whatever. I was just defending the premise of policing what people can do with their bodies. But anyway, I agree that there should be a distinction, and I'm actually for a third gender, right? Because there is a reason why we have women's spaces. There is a reason why we have laws specifically to protect and safeguard women's bodies, our rights, our spaces that we're in, whether it be academia, sports, just and socially. So and this might seem in complete contrast to everything I was saying earlier.
I was gonna lie. That's what I was gonna. That's the point. I was gonna be like, I was expecting you to have a completely different position. And when I said over to you, part of the reason I said that was because I thought you would say like, well, it's not that serious, blah blah blah. Send me a screenshot so I can see what you're talking about.
But yes, so in the case of being in women's spaces, in that sense, no. I think women have we have our spaces for a reason. Our spaces are constantly being under attack. And I think the most natural progression would be a third gender marker. And then if you're a trans woman, obviously your rights in terms of now how you legally present, because it's your physical as well as legally changing your name and your gender, the whole thing would be more aligned with women's rights. But I don't think that you should then be able to just take over women's spaces, because they are women's spaces for a reason, especially not when we have intersex women. Like, I'm South African, so I don't know how many of you would know Ukasta Semenya,
I'm
the
aware.
runner.
Yeah, I'm aware of her.
Yes, exactly. Especially when we have women like that who are
Being vilified.
basically had her career ruined
Yeah, she did.
and ended. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like we're still fighting for women like Caster Semenya. We're still, like we were speaking earlier about, one of the prompts you had up was about women's sport. We're still speaking about the thing about women not getting paid and funded the same way men's sports do. And now I'm not talking about like commercial clubs, like, because I believe they can do whatever they want. I'm speaking about at a national level.
Yeah.
Like when we're talking about rugby, the women's Springbok team and the men's Springbok team should be funded and backed the same as the same, because essentially if you are at the level where you play well enough that you are picked and you are to represent the country at that level.
Lisa, where are you going with this? I'm confused. You're talking about them in women's spaces, now you're talking about funding equally.
So
Lisa,
what I'm saying is going to that point, a woman like Okasta is more deserving of that space than you, who is genetically a man and has that advantage
what would you say
over
to
someone who do you get what I mean?
I get it. But what would you say to
yes, that's where I was going.
there is
with
a point
that.
here
And
about
yeah,
there is a point here about because when I reflected on this one, right, especially the toilet issue, my reflection was that if we're being honest, it doesn't constitute, like you said earlier, it's a very small percentage of the population, right? So I'm thinking of like, if in a world where trans women were allowed to use women bathrooms, again, not to be in women's business or whatever, given that there's a very small amount of them, and like you have men in women's bathrooms because, like, for example, cleaners, I don't know about South Africa, but like in the UK, most public toilets, men and women clean them, like regardless of the sex of the toilet was made for. So how is it much of a bigger issue than that? And again, my understanding is that women's bathrooms, you guys have cubicles, right? So everyone just go in that little space and do their thing. What exactly is the need to like not have them be able to come in, given that like they are just going in the cubicle doing their business and they're not really bothering no one?
okay. And I think this is where the trans community shoots themselves in the foot.
Okay.
Because the whole argument regarding public spaces like restrooms, gym lockers and showers, dormitories, spaces like that. I mean, even some people even like prisons, women's prisons, is a lot of bad faith actors will just dress up, not even dress up, actually, like will just say, oh, I am trans. And therefore, if you don't allow, grown ass man, full beard, big muscles, but because they say, oh, I'm trans, believe that they should then be given access to those spaces. And then the issue we have then on as women is, okay, where do we draw the line? Because you are telling us you want our support and we give you our support. But then we have bad faith actors like this. And then when we point this out, trans people will then go on tangents and call you all kinds of names.
But
and tell
I
you
must say, Lisa,
exactly.
I can understand their position if in the earlier conversation you were like, I guess we could just allow them to, do what they want and, change their sex and we should all affirm that. So if that's the case, then why wouldn't they feel like, yes, they can, now that I've changed my sex and I actually have, the organs that you have, I suppose, why am I not allowed in your space? Have I not done enough to qualify?
No. So what I'm saying, AJ, is literally like if you were to put on a crop top and Lululemon cycling shorts,
Right.
and then go to a gym and be like, and go and try and walk into the women's restrooms, and then someone obviously stops you because you're very clearly a man, and then you say, oh, I'm trans and I was prevented from using the bathroom and I feel like you see, so that's where we are like, there needs to be a line.
So is the distinction there that like if I had gone through surgery or haven't gone through? So if I had gone through surgery, would that be a problem? I don't get it. Or would it not be a problem? If I actually have a vagina now, but I still obviously have the physical, I'm quite a hench guy. You guys know that. So would I not qualify to go in even though I have a vagina? Like,
I think, okay, so that is there now where trans people are trying to skirt around this very real issue, because then that's the point they bring up. They say, oh, so if someone gets top surgery and they are feminine presenting and you can't tell, then no one has an issue. It's like, yes, no one has an issue because we're not asking people to pull down their pants. But if you physically very clearly look like a man, then no. Just saying, I'm trans, identify as trans.
That's a cosmetic thing, or like based on like who looks like a woman, who doesn't, which is now a completely whole different kettle of fish, right?
Exactly, which is where the trans community needs to now figure out what they want to do, which is why when we come in and say, okay, maybe let's just do genderless bathrooms, but the push seems to now be, because, like, there are a lot of people, who don't want that compromise and just want to be allowed into our spaces. And that's where the fight, the back and forths happen.
Let me get Soph in there. Soph said she disagreed earlier, so I wanna get your take, Soph. Again, my it seems like the point Litha was making, I don't know. I guess having the genderless bathroom, like everyone has their own privacy, is probably the best thing. But anyway, Soph, let me not put words in your mouth. I'll let you go.
My thing was, wait, actually, I forgot what I was gonna say. Give me 2 seconds. I think that people have had encounters with a certain type of trans woman, which is what is driving this rhetoric. Because when you meet educated trans women, actually a lot of them don't want to be, they understand and they respect the importance of like all female spaces, and they don't make any attempt to sort of try and infiltrate that. They recognize that they are trans women and that is distinction from like people who are born like, what's the word I'm looking for? People who are women, you know, and they don't try and blur those lines, because I've met a lot of trans women who are very, very clear on the distinction, and they won't be insulted or offended if, like, you know, you try and highlight that difference. And so I think those sorts of women have no desire to be in all women's spaces. So you don't need to worry about going to such lengths to protect them, because they won't be there in the first place. And the ones who do have that desire to sort of like, I say infiltrate, but like want to push for those sorts of like, they are like the very, 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 very small minority of people who are very, very ignorant. And yeah, so like I don't think it's that big of an issue
So,
that
so,
like
so it's a non-issue in the sense of like a lot of the trans women, if I understand you correctly, they already use the male bathrooms. Is that what you're saying?
not male bathrooms, but when I say like all women space, because she said Litha said all women spaces, so like I'm assuming you mean like
So where do you stand on the bathroom specifically?
oh, okay, on bathroom specifically, I think like you said, okay, you said you made the distinction with bad faith actors, but I think it's like the 0.0001%, and like that's something we could always highlight the 0.001%, but I think it just does a lot to, I guess, magnify an issue that doesn't really necessarily exist as much. You know, like
So your point is that it doesn't exist, so therefore they should be allowed to use women bathrooms, or they shouldn't. I don't get it.
no, I'm saying it's a little bit of a non-issue, is what I'm trying to say. Like the people who like go into bathrooms pretending to be women is by no means the majority. It's a very, very small minority of people who are just bad people. And like it's nothing that any sort of I guess restrictions or rules can sort of change. Like even if we banned sort of like trans women from women's bathrooms, like men will still find a way to get in there. Do you know what I mean? If they wanted to, like
No,
it's
no. So,
just
so, so, so I guess I want to say again. I actually don't think we should ban it. Like, and again, my position is just because like I don't think there's enough of them where it's a whole crisis. But
that's what I'm trying to say.
but, like,
Yeah.
but I mean, again, I have a position which I think they shouldn't. Do you think that's so? You agree with that position? Like, it's not, but they should just keep being able to use the women's toilets. Then, like, it's not that
Yeah,
deep.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I do kind of see that. I do think I can see why women. Like, it's easy for me to say, right? I'm not a woman, innit? So I can just say that because as a guy, if a trans man comes in to use the male bathrooms, hey, knock yourself out, bro.
Yeah, because I think
Do what
also
you do.
the way toilets are made, like guys have urinals because that's more convenient for their body parts, and we have, you know, like normal toilets because
Cubicles,
those are
yeah.
more convenient for us. Like that's literally the reason why there's a distinction. Otherwise, I think that we would have mixed toilets. And obviously, okay, women's bathrooms do sometimes act as a safe space, but really and truly, we're just going there to pee and leave. Like, you know, it doesn't need to be anything more than that.
Yeah, agreed.
So
Especially if you already then have, if you've done the surgery and you actually have a vagina, it actually does practically make more sense for you to
yeah, you
just
do need to
use
use that
a
toilet.
cubicle. So that was a case of like, bro, let me just, that's how I
You're
see
in and
it.
out of there, like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
you're not staying there any longer than you need to, because I think also a lot of trans women would have anxiety about being in all women's spaces anyway, because of fear that, you know, maybe people are transphobic, or like people might, I guess, notice, or
Notice,
like, you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah. Let me
so
just,
they're trying to get in and out of there. So they're really not an issue for us as women. Like,
yeah.
they
I think
don't
I think
have
when J.K. Rowling made a point about this, I think it was to do with criminal stuff. I think she was making a point about like I think there was like a center in Scotland where like women were getting help from for their essay type stuff, and then the question was like if trans people should it was jail. Okay, I thought it was to do with like some kind of women's center or whatever, and she was making a point about like no, it should just be like just specifically be for biological women and stuff. But again, I think as a guy, it's easy to have a very like laissez-faire position on this because you don't really hear about trans men. I'll be honest. I guess when you hear about trans men, it's more like they're in danger, is it kind of thing? Or is it trans women? That's trans women still, isn't it? Trans men don't really, they're not
yeah,
very visible.
no, yeah.
Are they much
Because
smaller than that of the population? Is that what it is?
I don't think so. I think they just,
Let me
as
check.
women, we're just hyper vigilant of trans women because of the fact that they were once men, and there's that fear that because they were conditioned as men, I guess they can sort of replicate the same
No, it's
harms that.
even. It's actually 1-to-1 roughly.
It is. It's the loud misogyny of a lot of trans women that makes them seem like they're more visible.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I
Who
agree
would have
with that.
thought?
But Soph, what I'm saying in terms of the bathrooms, ne, is it's a situation where when, like, for the instances I've brought up, like I'm sure you've seen like men just dressed up in like a crop top and whatever,
Yeah.
even online calling themselves trans, right? So if, for example, you'd see AJ walking into the bathroom just because he's got on shiny lip gloss and a crop top and says he's trans, that is an issue, which is why I'm saying, you know, and then when we point that out, then it's transphobia. Then it's, oh, well, not everyone can afford to transition. And all of these things, do you know what I'm saying? Which is why I'm saying, you know what? To not upset anyone, you know what? You can look however you look and call yourself trans, but you're not going to be allowed into the space, which is why I'm like, rather there be a separate space for you so that we don't have a back and forth and issues.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, seems like a reasonable position.
I agree with that, but I would also say, sorry, to counter that, I've seen like gay men go into like all women's bathrooms as well. So, I mean, would you be against that? Like, because I think that the women's bathroom in general acts as, I guess, a protective environment against straight men, really and truly. That's what the female's bathroom is. The women's bathroom does, because, you know, I see gay men in there. Like, why are gay men in there when they
You see gay men in your bathrooms?
Yeah, I've
doing
seen
what?
gay men, like, well, they're with their like female friends, but they're not just there like for the fun of it. They come in with like their women friends, and like people just sort of leave them alone. Like, and I think that's just because, you know, I think the men's bathroom is reflective of something deeper than just like a place to pee. It's like a breeding ground of like misogyny and just, you know,
It's not
macho masculinity.
It really
No,
isn't.
but like
It
I
really
think for a
isn't.
lot of people
We just be
it
peeing and getting out.
yeah, but like, you
Okay.
know, like there's that thing of like, you know, if a gay man now walks in there, like for a lot of them, there's this fear of like homophobia that they would not have if they walked into
Yeah,
a woman's
maybe,
bathroom.
maybe.
It's more of like a safe space, like more of like a girly pop space, and I think that like that's simply why there's that inclination to want to use it as opposed to, you know, go into like the men's bathroom. Like it keeps they feel protected there, they feel safe there. But I do agree that it shouldn't come at the expense of us as women feeling safe. But I don't think that it
Yeah.
does.
Yes. And so to that, I say, I think the perceived safeness of gay men is why a lot of people would not have an issue. And then which is completely different to, yeah.
No. I'm reacting to the likes.
Unfortunately.
I didn't say I have 14K likes. I'm surprised at how quick it picked up.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Which is just the truth. So, and I'm not saying, okay, then, but gay men should be, but I'm just saying, you know, an explanation for that could just be the perceived safeness of gay men could be the reason why you would see gay men in women's bathrooms.
Okay, sounds good. Let me just check to make sure we've covered more or less all the woke takes. I'm enjoying this, to be fair, and I had a nap, so I'm feeling energetic. I should also say I've got $1.75. I am taking gifts. You guys are feeling generous. If I'm doing this for 3 hours, you guys don't mind.
AJ,
Yep.
wanted to. It's gonna kinda. I wanted to talk about but we don't have to go back to it if it's not necessary. The banning of, no, not banning. How did you phrase it about police?
Abolish police.
Yes, abolishing police, and the one about yes, and then the one about black women being at the totem pole, because you said at the bottom, because you said something very interesting.
Oh yeah.
And then it reminded me of a conversation that I had been having a few weeks ago with some friends of mine. But we don't have to go back to that if.
No, I mean,
if you've got another topic, we can.
No. I mean, right now I don't.
I can drop and we can go back, and we can.
I mean,
else.
maybe I should I'll clear the space or clear the room, or whatever they say. As a reminder, this is What in the World Radio on a Friday night, a feel good Friday. We initially started talking about hot takes, and the idea was to reflect on where we are in relation to a lot of the hot takes you can see on the screen here. These were takes that were popular over the past 10, 12 years or so, and they kind of took on a dogmatic stage or whatever, and it was almost heretical to disagree with them. Now we reflect on the fact that people are starting to rebel against these and feel particularly different about them. So the idea of the live stream today was to, and a continuation of what I did on Monday, was to continue to discuss this. And I particularly wanted to hear from people who agreed with any of these takes, just so I can kind of understand and probe, I guess, why do you still believe in them? Because for the most part, I do think all of them are kind of, with qualifications, not really making sense. I do think the first one, black women at the bottom of the totem pole, again, that was like an idea that was pushed on social media regarding the fact that, at least in Western societies, maybe in South Africa, I guess Africa has loads of white people, so maybe that's not the best example. Nigeria, I guess you could still say Nigeria, because Nigeria is a very misogynistic society, but it was something that, to me, overly centered identity and always fixated on the fact that, or made it seem as though race plays an issue in all these interactions. Now, some black women came on and I was told about the fact that, yes, actually it does a lot. And again, I'm not a black woman, so I couldn't really have a take on that. As a black person growing up in the UK, I didn't really notice race. If I mean, it sounds very silly, but I genuinely, because I grew up in Essex or whatever, but like, I've never, been subject to any racial abuse. I'm sure, like, in the way people interact with each other, there are, different, subtleties that you notice because, if someone's white, they just have a different understanding of certain things or whatever. But like, that is all within the realm of human differences, and so I haven't actually outwardly noticed anything specific that like race played a role into. So I do get a bit surprised when I hear of people talk about these things in this way and talk about how much, oh my god, you can't understand what it's like to be this beleaguered black woman that has to go through life experiencing, how racist everything is. I'm like, we grew up in the UK, in London. There were like over 150 nationalities at my school alone. The idea that, there was some kind of unique belief, I just didn't really buy into it. But, ultimately, it's not my experience, so I just kind of let that one go. So that was the one I was probably most convinced about, even though, again, my general position on these things is like, I hate when you center identity in any meaningful way like this, because there are, every time people interact, right, there are multiple identities at play here. Infinite ones. There's also like, your class identity, who has more money than the other one, all that kind of stuff. So to focus on racial, identity or racial sexual identity specifically just seems like a very outdated way of viewing the world. Because, like I said, if a black woman is interacting with, a white person who's younger than her, that is an identity difference. She shares, a power imbalance in her favor. If the person has less money than her, if the person is, like I said, younger, if the person is, another woman or whatever, these are all things that you can't just erase from there. So to just, walk around feeling like you are some kind of, beleaguered, people in society because of certain stereotypes people have about you. Again, I take the point that stereotypes can be harmful and stuff like that. We actually had a very interesting conversation about where those stereotypes come from. So because the conversation on Friday was on Monday was that, okay, a lot of black women, they can be perceived or like viewed as being quite aggressive, and which kind of leads into kind of like a racist view of them, which I do agree with. But then it just so happened that last week, towards the end of last week, there was a trending video on TikTok where this black girl was talking about how London black girls can be so mean. Like they have a very like a cliquey kind of culture where like if you're not part of them or whatever, they just they just don't look at you nicely. They kind of treat you horribly. In fact, I have a friend who just started a new job. I mean, to be fair, the people there are kind of white and black or whatever, but like she also had the same experience of like all the girls just being really mean to her, and that made me laugh because when we were growing up, it was a very we joked earlier about the whole being into white girls and stuff like that. A lot of the kind of experiences growing up was like black women just seen as like quite difficult to get along with as a child. Like if you're with trying to like talk to a black girl romantically, etc., it just wasn't really possible. And again, my theory around that was because like they're just very confident, which if we're all growing up and we're all young and stuff, if a woman's very confident, that can kind of overpower you. But it was funny that a girl said that. So when that video was trending, it was kind of like, if a guy said this, he'd be accused of like being like, I don't know, hating black women or whatever. But like a lot of women also know like these people can be very mean. I don't know. Maybe they don't mean to be. I don't know what it is, but like it was just kind of funny. Like, oh, so when we say it's a problem, and I don't know how much of a big issue it is. Like you have obviously some black guys date white kids, but I think nowadays a lot of black women are also dating white people or non-black people. So it's not really as much of an issue anymore. Anyway, but anyway, that was like the first conversation. That was the one I was most convinced about. The rest of them, it seems like people. I mean, the hate speech one was also quite interesting. I don't know if you were here for that one, Luca, because I also some people made some interesting points. Ultimately, I thought they were wrong, but the points were
No,
interesting
I
nonetheless.
wasn't. I
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
on Monday. I wasn't
I
here
know, I
on
know
Monday.
Sam just requested. I feel like Sam, you're about to request and be like, "What are we talking about again?" when someone comes in and requests like within 10 seconds, I already have a sense that unless of course Sam has been here for a while, but I haven't seen his name come up. So as a reminder, there's only 16 people left in here. Well, let's say I would have killed for 16 people in my live streams last year. Look at me now, talking about only 16 people. How times change. If you come into my live stream, it's always important to reflect a little bit on what you plan to say. No, I'm not saying you can't come up, Sam. I just get the sense that when people come in very, very quickly, they haven't really had time to form an opinion on stuff. They just kind of want to talk, which is always nice. I think community and kind of like just speaking to other people can be a very fun and therapeutic thing to do. But I'm running this as like a radio station. We're gonna raise a prompt. What is your prompt, Sam? I'm also curious in hearing from people who have different takes and want to like go a different direction, because I think we've done that to some good success in this live stream so far. So let me know what your prompt is in the comments, and I'll see how exciting it is to bring you up. My second point about abolishing police. Is that the one you're referring to? Do you want us to abolish police, or you don't want us to abolish police? It's always more fun, Sam, if someone agrees with the hot take. I mean, you don't if you don't agree, then you don't agree. I can't force you to, but it's always fun to hear like people like defend the take. We should do like a whole debate night. That would be really, really fun. I should also plug, by the way, on Sunday. Oh no, I'm out on Sunday. Fuck. Not on Sunday. On Monday. Monday evening, we're gonna do Premier League predictions. That's gonna be really fun. I think Monday evening is a good time to do it. So all the guys, I'm gonna make a flyer and everything. Prepare yourself. We're doing who do you think wins the Premier League and why? That should be really, really fun. I can't wait. That's gonna be a hoot and a half. Should I start wearing costumes and stuff like all these streamers, just to like drum up some random, like those streamers they wear?
No.
I have a fun hat I could wear. I was just thinking about wearing that. I don't know. But yes, bookmark that. Save the date. Monday evening, we're gonna do who wins the Premier League and why. That should be really, really fun and exciting. Lita, do you watch football?
No, actually, I think soccer's boring.
Yeah, it can be a bit boring. I think when I was watching the World Cup, I was reflecting on the fact that low key, when you watch a game for 100 minutes and there's only one goal, that's actually kind of like, why have I watched this sat here the whole time?
But that's also funny because I love cricket, and cricket you can be
Cricket is also very
sat
boring,
watching for like 8-9 hours. But to me, that's much more entertaining.
Sam agrees with the fourth one. Let me see what Sam has to say. I do like hearing from people. Football is boring, I'll be honest. Treble winning champions. This is a football stan account. Oh, Sam, you disappeared. I don't see Sam anymore. Sam, where'd you go? I was about to bring you up for the
Okay. Let me just throw out my points then before Sam comes back.
Go.
So I don't know. I know the whole abolish police movement was more of an American thing, but I can't be completely sure of like the foundations of that argument, but I am for it based on my interpretation. So my interpretation is just the police are a state entity. So as much as children we're told and as adults we're told the police are there to protect people and to preserve law and order, I think we can all agree that law and order are subjective and that sometimes laws don't really work the way they should, or
like the law itself is not virtuous, and so we
exactly,
shouldn't follow it.
yes, what is legal isn't always what is
Right.
ethical or right or virtuous, as you say. So when I say I support the idea of abolishing, I support the idea of dismantling government institutions. Yes,
I just like the word
try to be
dismantling.
as dramatic as I
like the word
can in my
dismantling, yeah.
in my language. But yeah, like really picking apart and restructuring systems and governments to make sure that, you know, we're operating in a way that fits into the how society moves today.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because, for example, with the I'm South African, so we have a supposedly one of the best like constitutions and on paper laws globally, right? But we're also in the same breath, in the same reality, the most unequal country in the world and have the highest number of gender-based violence. So the two don't correlate. There's obviously something missing here. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in instances where things
sense.
aren't working,
Yeah, like
right? And
there
I
be a need
think
to kind of change it up.
yes, and I think it makes sense to make statements like that. Like in America, it makes sense that they would say that if, you know, the law works one way
right,
for
and it's not
one
being
group of people and a completely different, more hostile, more violent way for another group.
Right. I think I'm gonna wrap
Yeah.
up. Someone just asked me I want to delete this now. All right, I'm gonna wrap up soon. So thank you so much for joining, Little. See
Alrighty,
you later.
bye.
Bye. Now, before I wrap up, I should point out that I made a Jason video, the professor, and now I have people commenting on my video. Are you gonna delete this now? I hope you're happy, etc., etc. I don't know how many of those people are in the audience here. I'm not deleting nothing. Needless to say, that is not happening. Very very tragic situation, but you know, yeah. I guess that's what I'm gonna say on that. But I'll see what happens in the morning when I wake up. No, I'm not gonna do that. I mean, why I consider myself to do Micah is I'm a modern historian. I mean, what happened here is part of the historical record. What does hold mean? I don't get it. Is that like a saying? Everyone's saying hold. It's part of the historical record, right? Like this situation happened. You know, people comment on how situations go on. You give your opinion and commentary, and then stuff happens. Why would you now erase your part of the historical record because of how things then play out? That's completely ridiculous. That is like, again, this is antithetical to a free society. You can't just be saying just because of how things played out. All the things I said in there were like there was not anything like attacky about it, and mock the fact that there shouldn't be any reason to kind of feel like we have to defend someone who was being, again, embellishing, shall we say, their story because they're black. Like the identity shouldn't be the center of what they did. That's not a reprehensible thing to say. I do think people like you people like me. I mean, fair enough. If that's your opinion, then fair enough. So is the point then that no one's allowed to talk about people in the public limelight for fear that they might? If I go on your social media and I find some post you made about some, I don't know, about some famous person or maybe someone not so famous, Could I then blame you if that something happens to that person because you shouldn't comment about people that are in the limelight in society? The news shouldn't cover it. None of them should, like, don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Again, in society, people are going to talk about, again, that's my job, if you know what I mean. This is my job, basically, right? You know, I'm a social commentator, so I comment about the stuff that's going on. But anyway, you want to see the post? Yeah, go watch it. Go watch it. I'll play it here if I could, but TikTok can even get me down for playing my own content, which is a bit strange. I mean, the summary of it, if you guys care, is that I mocked the fact that it was, again, embellishing. I just found it a bit funny, like, a lot of these claims were a bit sensational. But I also then made the point that the idea that we should rally around him because he's black is not a positive. Again, you guys already know I don't focus on all this, like, racial essentialism or racial solidarity, you know, just because. I don't think there's anything inherently, like, amazing about a black person. If the black person is lying, if they're, obviously this guy wasn't a criminal per se, but, like, if they're a criminal, all that kind of stuff, then yeah, like, the identity doesn't have anything to do with it. Because I think what a lot of people forget is, like, it goes in both directions. Whether or not you're good or bad, you know, good or bad at being, like, you know, subjective metrics or whatever, your race should have nothing to do with this. Because if you are being bad, we can't say you're bad because you're black. And if you're being good, we can't say you're good because you're black. You're just good. You know, so even when people talk about, like, the first black, etc., etc., I understand it because it celebrates, like, the historic nature of the achievement. But I don't even like that. Like, if I was the first black anything, I swear to God, I wouldn't push that. I would just say, like, I don't care. Don't call me the first black whatever. Just let me just be. Like, the fact that other people of other races have done that before. You have the first South Asian president of this, the first Southeast Asian president. Oh, whatever, mate. Whatever. Just do it. Like, just do. Okay. You know, sometimes maybe it's apt, but again, I think in this country it's less apt because a lot of times it's not even to do with race. It's just to do with the fact that, like, black people have not been here that long. So yes, the first black professor of sociology, they might have been one. The first white professor of sociology might have been one from, like, the 1600s, because Oxford University is a very historic institution. The fact that now black people are now doing it now, again, I suppose is impressive because you did that thing. But how much does your identity have to do with that? Sometimes just not much at all. And so I personally don't like centering racial whatever in anything, because you have to remember, again, it can be flipped both ways. In the same way you might say, like, okay, because this person is black, then you could just say, like, is it because they're black that they did what they did? No, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, they did what they did because they wanted to do that. Like, good or bad on them, but, like, their racial identity is not really that relevant here. So I'm never, like I said, if I get famous, I'm sure a lot of my Israel stuff is gonna become quite popular for the wrong reasons. I'll go to sleep soon, Lava. Yeah, they're gonna be quite popular for all the wrong reasons. I promise you guys now, I'm never deleting a post. Never. That's never happening. Like, they'll have to take the post down. I'm gonna tell you guys that now, because the things I say, I feel strong about, and I feel conviction about. And sometimes I might say stuff that maybe I might have a different opinion on later on. So what? I'm not deleting it. No way. It's gonna stay up. Jaden Michaels or Mikhails that you're requesting. Can you let me know what you want to talk about before you request, please, if you don't mind? What do you plan to talk about before you join? So that's how I see the world. Like, in a world in which, like I said, I was saying stuff before that was kind of like, you know, maybe I won't say a wrong opinion, because, you know, at the time I believed what I was saying. If later on and I reflect on it and be like, you know what, now I've changed my position, what's wrong with that? I'm a human being. People change their opinions all the time. I'm not gonna delete what I said before. That is part of my historical record. Like, I'm fanatical. Oh, okay. The professorship. What's your take on it? We've talked about it earlier before. I'm just kind of wrapping up on it before I go. But, like, do you have any strong opinions on it before I bring you up again? Like, some people are saying, like, I'm part of the reason why, you know, what happened to him because I made one video about it. And I'm saying, again, respectfully, that I don't really factor that into who I make or what I make videos about. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about when I want to talk about it. And I'm a social commentator. I mean, everyone's social commentators, right? Oh, you're at Oxford right now. Oh, I guess I should hear from you then. It makes us look bad. All right, let's say, okay, you sound like a very interesting person to hear from. Let me hear more from you. Oh, you're on holiday. Oh, He went. I know. He went to Cambridge. I'm just like Oxbridge, Oxbridge, Cambridge. Yes. What's the
Yo,
distinction?
yo, yo. How you doing, my friend? I really like your content, bro.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, nah.
How you been?
I'm good, bro. So I'm studying. This is my first year of medicine at University of Oxford.
Hey.
And see this whole
Black excellence.
Yeah, African March, wallahi, bro. I'm allowed to do whatever I want. This is the method. I don't know why guys don't hop on it. You just bang grades at school, yeah, and it's just
All right. So
anyway.
You said he makes us look bad. Can you elaborate on that?
Let me explain, yeah.
Go on.
I banged 9 nines and 4 A stars, yeah.
Okay.
To get into uni, but with this whole DEI shit, when it comes to other niggas, like they get into school, yeah, it just makes us, especially like my fellow, specifically black women, my fellow because I had a lot of really smart black women that went to my school that also went to Cambridge or Oxford.
Yeah.
But it just makes it look like we have lower standards to get into uni, and it diminishes our accomplishments. So whenever I tell someone I'm at Cambridge, they kind of look at me like, "Oh yeah, did he work that hard?"
I think you are Oxford.
Oxford, I'm talking about everyone. Oxbridge, I specifically say Oxbridge.
Oxbridge, okay.
Because it's for kind of both. You can kind of throw Durham in there and shit. But like, bro, yeah, that's my main gripe.
So you're talking about like, I think the fact that some of these universities, they will say like, if you're the first, whatever, like they have all these categories where they can be like,
I don't mind those ones.
Universities. So you talking about the specific, the black ones, like if you have a lower.
I'm talking about the grade boundary.
Okay, right. So does Oxford do that then specifically?
I don't know if Oxford, like, he got in on a ABB, which is crazy.
Who?
On some the professor that
ABB. He didn't go to Oxford. He went to Liverpool.
Cambridge.
No, but he went to Cambridge. I don't think he didn't do undergrad at Cambridge. So he was there as a professor.
I heard he got on.
No, he went to Liverpool John Moores or something. He went to Cambridge as a professor. He didn't go there to study. So he'd already like finished his A levels and stuff. I don't know where he did his uni stuff. I don't know. Who the hell is Star again?
My bad. Well, he saw man's against him.
Oh, Aya Star. No. Curious kind of fine girl.
I'm just saying, on average, some of these guys
are you talking about George, the president of
George,
the society?
Yes.
George.
Yes, the president of society, not the
not the Jason guy. Yeah.
No, because I went through hell, bro, to get into Oxford. Bro. Like UCAT was diabolical. Interviews were peak. Work experience placements were peak, bro. And these men are kind of just diminishing it. You know what I mean?
So you feel like, I mean, again, I don't know how much. I can't comment on like how much Oxford has like criteria on like, oh, if you're black, you can get in on some kind of like black scheme or whatever. So again, I'll feel unqualified to say like that is a problem. I do kind of see how like if that's a thing. I think some American universities have that, which is kind of caused some controversy recently with the Asian people and saying like, all these Asian guys are so smart and brilliant can't get in, blah blah blah.
Yeah. You see how it can be jarring, innit? Man banged 4 A stars, blood, bro. I had no life outside of A levels, bro. And these man, like,
yeah, I mean, someone said it's not. Yeah, again, N. Lol. I'm aware of the one. Like, I remember when I was applying for uni, I didn't end up going, but there was something to do like you're the first from your first in your family to kind of go to university and stuff. You can't get in on lower boundaries, which I guess I see the point. Just because like uni can be, at least back then anyway, a ways for you to kind of like step onto a nice, like even rub shoulders and meet other people that are like. If you go to Oxford and Cambridge, you make a lot of connections, isn't it? Which is also always very useful. But fair enough.
Yo, I have a theory, bro. This whole DEI thing, yeah, is imposed by white man to further perpetuate us black people into the victim mindset on my life.
So you think it's a cynical thing on purpose?
Yes, because
really?
Why? What do you mean? We need lower grade boundaries to get into uni. What, you think we're not smart? It's kind of one of them ones. Like, I don't care about socioeconomics, bro.
So you think we should just have it like, even like regardless of your socioeconomic whatever, it's just one thing for everyone?
Moms, bro. My life.
I mean, I don't believe in the conspiracy like about.
No, obviously, I don't think it's a conspiracy, but you know what I mean.
Right. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, thrown away. Buzzword, isn't it? Buzzword.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I mean, how are you finding it so far, though? Are you enjoying it?
It's dark.
Dark as in like long, busy, or what do you mean?
It's long. It's hard. Pause. Nah, it's just, bro. It's just.
Hey, yo! It's long and hard. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yo, imagine, yo,
whoa,
it's
whoa,
bare
whoa.
content and all the content's disgusting.
Oh, it's a lot of content. Oh, okay. So I mean, I do wonder, like, what is the distinction between Oxford for like medicine and like I don't know, Liverpool John Moores for medicine? What exactly are they teaching you guys that's so special?
Nothing, just ego, innit?
Oh, okay, just packaging.
I go Oxford and you go, yeah, it will lies about the name.
Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe it's probably a bit better. It's probably a bit better, but like it's not that much
It's
better.
not, yeah. I mean, you all have to do the same, you know, residencies
Yeah,
and
same
exams
thing.
and stuff.
It's the
And
same
at
thing,
the
bro.
end of the day. Anyway,
I can't lie. I do it for my mum's WhatsApp status. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I do this.
I mean, going to Oxford is a big achievement. Like, it's a massive.
Yeah.
Because if you think about the history of the institution, right, it's existed for like such a long time. So to kind of put your name into the list of people that have achieved that. I mean, didn't Isaac Newton go to Oxford? I think he was at Oxford, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Can't
like,
lie, he's kind of fraudulent still. He's sat on a tree. I could have done that, bro. Like we had.
I think
harder
Newton did a lot
requirements
more
there,
impressive
dogs,
stuff
then, bro.
than the gravity. I mean, the gravity itself is impressive, but I think Newton did a lot.
Nah,
of
I'm not. It's a
impressive
joke.
stuff.
It's a joke. Obviously, the other
I
stuff,
know.
calculus and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if Isaac Newton had to get 40 stars, yeah, very nice to get into Oxford. Would he get in? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like, I'm looking at the Greek
I think he
one,
might
just
invent his own version of maths or whatever just to make it in.
Nah, I don't want to hear it, bro.
Like Einstein type stuff.
taking him out. Chem's taking out.
No, nonchalantal, bro. I'm tired, clearly. No. These were the topics, I guess. I'm wrapping up now, anyway. So thank you for joining, Jason, man. Appreciate your time. See you soon for future ones, hopefully.
In a bit.
3.5 hours, 16k likes. Guys, I'm gonna start begging for more gifts very soon. So be prepared for that, because this is my full-time job now. So to the extent that I can actually enjoy 3.5 hours of my time, I made $1.75 for full transparency. If you guys care to know that, don't worry. I'll start begging very soon. Like all the streamers. Yeah, I left my job. About to chase my destiny and dreams. I'm making a card game, actually. So I'll brief you guys more about that in time. This is the prototype 1. I will see you soon, nonchalantal. I had to read that multiple times. Put your I need to put my goals. I need to reflect on that. Like, I think the thing is, I do this because I genuinely enjoy it. So like the commercial aspect of it is something that I probably just need to get better at, you know, because I just find it awkward and kind of cringe. Because genuinely, I just want to talk to people and kind of discuss. I mean, can't find it. That's a bit I'm a bit tired. It's been 3.5 hours I've been doing this. So I'm a bit nonchalant. Can't find it. That's a bit of a mean thing to say. You don't actually know me. You don't even know why I decided to do what I'm doing right now. So I'll forgive you, because people online just be talking to you anyhow just because they think they know you. But you've been in my life, so I'm not gonna be upset at you. But it's a bit of an insensitive thing to say. You have to exactly, that's the thing. And then even up until recently, I wouldn't even put like the hottest bit of the video at the start, because I'd just be like, oh, you just watch the whole thing and get to what I want to say. But apparently you have to kind of, you kind of have to, work the algorithm a little bit. I think I am learning to do that though, but because again, I also think like it's very important that, I do this because I enjoy it, and I don't want to come across like any kind of like just foolish account on here. I am like trying to build something quite serious here. So the way you do that, I guess it adds to your brand, right? So those kind of people that have like the most outrageous kind of engagement bait stuff, I don't really do that. No, it's not my first time holding a live. I've been hosting lives for a while. Yeah, so you're right. Actually, I'll talk a bit about my card game. I am making the final prototype right now. So this is my card game. What in the world? It's actually called Recall, but this is the prototype. And the a million naira. If I made £1 million each live, I'd probably be okay. That's like £500, 500 something pounds, maybe a bit less than that actually, a bit more than that. Sorry. But that would be really nice. And people are making full-time money on this, and I do think when I see a lot of the people that make money off this, I think my content is better than theirs. Respectfully, I actually provide, I think, a pretty decent service. So if I start setting goals at like $50 or so, to to kind of to kind of monetize it a bit more. People would eventually that would eventually add up. So when you provide value, it's fine. But also, like I said, part of the idea is making the card game. So the card game is called Recall, and the idea is to kind of do trivia questions about what's going on in the world. That's basically the simple idea. But the cool thing about it is it's going to be year specific. So right now I'm making the 2025 version, and you guys can you play the game and it'll kind of help you recap or recall what's going on in 2025. So like if I do some examples of the prototype right here, I'll show you guys what I mean. So this is the prototype, and there are 52 cards in there. Each card has 4 questions, and there's going to be a dice as well. So you roll the dice and you ask the question. So this is tennis, for example. You guys probably can't see that properly. Can you see that? No, you can't. The lighting is very terrible, isn't it? Let me turn it down. Oh, that's better. Is that better? No, you can't. There you go. You can see it now. So there's four questions, and there's like easy, then it gets harder, then it gets harder, then it gets hardest. And so like you roll the dice, and whichever color it lands on, then you answer the question corresponding to. I've talked about the professor multiple times. Yeah, so then you answer the question. So imagine like, you see, you want to remember the year 2025. So this is tennis, for example, and there's 52 categories, all different things. So tennis one, like the easiest question on tennis is like, how many Grand Slam tournaments are played in a calendar year? Not so hard, I think. Then it gets a bit harder. Who holds the record for most women's singles Grand Slam titles in the Open era? Gets a bit harder. Then it gets a bit harder. Which Spanish player won the 2025 French Open? Okay. Ooh, you have to think about that one. It gets a bit harder. Then the hardest question is, which women's singles Grand Slam final ended in a double bagel? 6-0, 6-0. It was Wimbledon in 2025. So that's kind of how you play it. And once you kind of play all of it or whatever, you kind of just have a good way of remembering the year. So it's something you can keep as a collector's item for like, 10 years from now, even longer. You just play it and just kind of, think about how, oh yeah, let's just play this game. Let's play Recall 2025 edition and just remember how the year went. So I'm going to be, when this comes out, it should come out very, very soon. I'm going to put it on TikTok so you guys can buy it. It should be pretty cheap as well. So I'm going to start aggressively hawking those in my live. So the reason why I'm not asking you guys to send me gifts right now is because save your money. When the card game comes out, I'm gonna put a goal to sell like 10 to 15 every live or something like that. Yeah, I created this. Yeah, so I'm making the final version right now. And the cool thing about it is it comes with a dice, so you can see how there's this. Oh, okay now. The CIA. Oh, there we go. It's back. The CIA is trying to get me. Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that, guys. I think, am I back? Can you guys hear me now? Testing 1 2 1 2. Oh yeah, you can hear me. Okay, excellent. Yeah. So back to what I was saying. The dice has four color. The card has 4 colors, right? And then the dice also has 4 colors, but the idea is like you want to try and get an easy one. So the green is the easiest, then the yellow is a bit harder, then the red is a bit harder, then the black is the hardest. Black is the hardest, lol. And so the dice has 4 sides. Well, obviously the dice has six sides, but the green and the yellow, they double side, like the 2 sides for that, and then the black and red is 1. So if you roll the dice, you want to try and avoid the black, but there'll be points allotted to each of the colors. So if you get the black right, you're gonna get the most points. Obviously, if you get the green, it's much less points. So again, as a way for us to enjoy, world events, right? What's going on in the world. Some of the categories, there's sports categories, there's like social stuff, there is rice, there's fast food, there's travel, There is stock market, and in fact, I'm gonna start doing a thing where we kind of play at the end of the live. Does anyone want to come on and answer a few questions? That'll be kind of fun. Let me just pick someone from the audience. Just. Sorry, my audio keeps going in and out. It's kind of odd. Yeah. I think I'm back now. The audio is acting a bit funny. Lava, I can't even see you. Do you want to request? Should I pick someone else at random? Let me pick Ilias as well. Going down the south park, gonna have myself a time. Friendly faces everywhere. Hello?
Hello?
How are you, man? No, Lava's here as well.
Very good. Let me just turn this one.
So imagine it's like a games night type or Khalik is back. It's like a games night type thing. I've updated the questions, by the way, as well. So like these questions aren't going to be the final ones, because once I played it a few times on the live, and it turns out that the questions are quite hard. So I made them a bit easier in the final version.
Nah, you don't need to make it easy for me, man.
No, it was oh, okay.
I'm gonna win straight away. Come on, let's go.
Camps, it's not an adult game per se, but I guess you can play it as a drinking game if you like. Like, you know, whoever gets it wrong has to do a shot or something like that. But you know, kids.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna embarrass myself. But go ahead.
Children can play it as well. It's needless to say, it's not meant to be like specifically an adult thing, but I did make it 14 plus. All right. So the way it would work is, for example, imagine like we're at like a games night or whatever. Let's say you guys are not in teams, but like you could do teams. You know, it's all kind of up to you. I am making a whole rules thing, which I'll update later on. But I'll call out the category. The category is rice, right? And then someone will roll the dice, and then if it lands on red, then you go answer the red question. So if you get it right, you get 3 points, which is associated to red. If you get it wrong, maybe you do a shot, or maybe it goes to whatever. So the red question on rice is actually, which US city hosts the rice exchange market? The rice exchange market. That's a red one. So the red one is quite meant to be hard. Chicago. Well done, Khalid. Have I asked you that one before?
No.
Yeah, smart guy. Yeah. So when I used to play it before, and Khalik is very, very good. Khalik is fantastic at trivia. So he used to win all the trivia ones we used to do before. No googling, obviously. Yeah,
I'm gonna be authentic, bro. I'm not gonna Google.
Yeah, nice. He feels to be okay. Let's do another one. The category is fast food.
Yeah.
Again, Khalik might already know some of these because I used to ask him.
Do we just shout it out?
Yeah, it might just shout. Yeah, just shout it out. Which fast food chain has the most locations in
McDonald's.
the UK? No.
KFC.
No.
Greg's.
Yeah, good answer.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Fast food.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna have to argue on that one.
It is good. No, it's Craig's. Actually, it's not even that close. All right, let's do travel.
Okay.
So this is a black one. So this is a hard one on travel. Which country is home to Machu Picchu?
Peru.
Nice.
Oh, God, that's simple.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess speed does help, but so if you're playing it like in a games, I guess if you're doing team by team, then you don't have to worry about speed per se, right? Because
I see. You're just getting the answer.
Exactly. But I mean, you could also do like kind of thing like this way, like first to five or whatever. So you have to kind of like play fast. So the challenge there is like getting the answer out as fast as possible. So like, you know, when you hear like Machu, you just go that kind of. That could also make it fun as well, right? So there's different ways you can choose to play it. Let's do the stock market. A bond. This is a black one. I'm asking you guys the tough ones because you guys. I think Ilias, you said I don't have to make it easy for you, innit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see when you start regretting that. All right. This one is the category is the stock market. A bond carrying a rating below BBB minus is commonly known as.
Oh, a subprime bond.
Not quite subprime. A bond carrying a rating of BBB minus is known as what?
High risk, high yield.
No idea. A junk bond.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of this when that thing was happening with GameStop. I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. A junk bond. Okay, so far, bro, you would have got you'd be drunk already, mate.
Yeah, man. I lost already. Can't lie to you. I was too confident, man.
All right. This one is global population. I'm asking the red question, so the analyst question. Oh, also the fun thing I've done is like the colors correspond to like a thing. So the green question, because it's the easiest, I've called it casual. That's the casual question, casual knowledge of the world. The yellow one is informed. It's a bit more, The third one is analyst, and the black one is oracle. So like the black one, the idea behind the black one is like basically maybe 1 out of 10 people should get it. Like you shouldn't really get it. You should be like, so when you roll the dice,
would it be extra points?
Exactly,
well?
It'll be 5 points. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So green will be 1, yellow will be 2,
Okay.
red will be 3, and then black will be 5. So
Okay, well, you thought this out, yeah.
exactly, yeah. That's how I made it, just to make it more fun. So you're playing in a team, right? And the way the team one would work is like maybe first to 30 or something like that. Maybe first to 60. If you get told the category, you might want to do a black one because you think you know it, so you get more points. Or you might be like, I don't know it at all, just give me a green one so I can just get 1 point and move on. But then you roll the dice and it's not up to you, so then the dice will just determine what you do. So like, if it's like global population and you get a black one, you probably won't get it right. Because the black ones are weighted to be hard on purpose.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so like you're not meant to be able to get the black one. But like if you're smart enough, or you just have like, it's not even about smartness. If you just know stuff about, the world.
Or if you're confident on the topic specifically.
Exactly. So you're like, I know this topic quite well. So like you might just want to do it, but like.
Yeah, you want to risk it. Yeah.
Exactly, but you shouldn't be able to get it because it should be pretty hard. All right, global population. Which country recorded the third most births in 2025?
Nigeria.
Oh, well done, guys.
I got that one. You can...
Oh, you got that one here. Well done.
That was me first, bro.
Are you sure? I didn't actually see
I didn't even hear this guy say anything.
I kind of heard it was like a dead heat, but I feel like someone did start a little bit
the way
earlier.
they said it in unison as well.
Yeah, these are smart people.
Yeah. I'm just going to give myself the win on that.
Bro needs it. All right. let me show you what a black question would look like on the card. So the category is animals. Which animal completes the longest annual migration in the world from the Arctic to Antarctica?
It's got to be a bird.
A blue whale.
It is a bird, yes.
Or it's a penguin.
It's not a penguin.
No way it's a penguin.
It's a penguin?
Yo, I'm fried. Never mind.
You're going to say ostrich next.
Ostrich.
Wait, let me think. What kind of bird are we talking here?
Which animal completes the longest annual migration? It's a tough one. Like, again, the black ones are meant to be so that you shouldn't get it.
So it's a bird.
It is a bird, yeah. Well, it makes sense for it to be a bird, right? Like, the far, you have to fly that far.
The bird knowledge is not there, bro.
It is the Arctic tern, or the Arctic tern. But yeah, it's a very tough question.
No, okay, that makes sense. What? No,
let me try and find the updated one, because the one I'm asking you guys now is actually kind of the old one. It's like the one, like, this is the prototype one I did, but then after, based on like the feedback I got and stuff, it was like basically what was going on was like this, like no one was getting it, so like it wouldn't be fun if no one gets it. So I made it easier on purpose, but I can't actually find the updated one that I sent to the guy to print. I'm just trying to check my emails. Let me just search this again. If I go to sent, in the meantime,
okay. But quick thing I want to ask.
Yeah, go on.
You said a year thing. So by year, like topics by year, and obviously so you're talking of.
Yeah. So like the year would, like, I'll make a 2025 edition, 2024, 2023. All the way back, all the way forward. So not all the questions are year specific, because it's kind of hard to do that. Like if I say AI, for example, it'll be too niche for you to know it. So like some of the questions are more like generic, like the longest migration one is not really a year.
Yeah, that would be like consistent. Yeah,
exactly. So like sometimes they're not what do you call it? They're not year specific, but overall the questions itself are just means like the addition. So you have enough questions on there that will relate to a year.
I see.
But for the most part, some of the questions can just be like, general. So there is so there's some sports ones. Let's do some sports ones. So this is the category is the World Athletics Championship. So this actually happened in 2025, right? So all these questions are kind of. So I'll ask you guys the black one. Which Jamaican athlete won the 100-meter final at the World Athletics Championships in 2025?
Jamaican. No, man. What do you think?
How much do I plan on selling it for? Well, I'm not sure yet, I'll see. It didn't cost me too much to make, actually. Someone asked me earlier about do a crowdfund. I think I'm okay right now, like, to invest in it, because, I'm investing in myself, innit? And if I sell it, then $5? That's a bit too low.
Nah, he needs to make a profit.
Yeah, he needs to make some money.
He's not doing a charity.
Yeah, it's not charity. And this is why I'm not, like I said, I'm not begging you, because someone said like you can ask for both. You're right, I can ask for both, but like I just feel better offering the service. Like if I offer you something you can actually keep and enjoy, I feel much more justified asking for money for that.
You know what you should do, like at beginning or the end of lives, depending. Like you could play it.
Yeah, so I used to do that quite a lot before. Actually, Kalik would testify to that. But I think recently I've just like, I think when I finish my lives, it's been going on for like 4.5 hours or whatever, and I'm a bit tired and I've kind of like forgotten. Yeah, but it's a good way to continue to like drum up the interest. So like when it comes, I'm gonna be pushing it very, very aggressively. Part of the reason why I haven't done as much is also because like they're not actually here to sell, so it feels like a bit like, okay, I'm doing it a little bit, but like then you can't actually buy it because like, you know, it's not here. And so the idea is also like that dice is custom to my game, but I'm going to use that dice for other games I'm going to make, because the dice just has like the game logo on all the sides. So I'm going to make more games. Series. Exactly. So I'm going to make more games that are going to be able to use the dice. Once you have that dice, you can keep it, and when I release more games, you can always just use that dice to play it. So I've got a bunch of ideas for other games I want to make, but obviously I'll go.
No, that's good, bro.
If I can run.
So that's good that you probably thought about it, because like the questions are like really specific as well. Like I can tell.
Oh yeah.
The research, the answers as well.
Yeah. I put a lot of time into like
they're not easy,
the research and stuff, just to make sure like it's. So no one's got the 100-meter question.
No. I'm gonna keep doing this until I get good.
The answer is oblique Seville. Oblique Seville. So that question. See, now it says which Jamaican athlete won. Before it just said which athlete won, and no one could get it. So I put Jamaican just to make it just a bit easier. But you guys still didn't get it despite that. But like,
I've never heard of them.
You ever heard of it? See, if you're into athletics, you probably might know that. But if you're not, then you just be like, someone might guess no allows.
Premier League football.
There is a Premier League section. Let me go to the Premier League. Premier League is. I should probably download this to my what do you call it?
No, I'll be embarrassed if I don't get this one.
Innit? You better get it right now after all that.
No, I'm making it as well.
Okay, I got to Premier League. Which colour do you want? The green, the yellow, the black? Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Name one of the 3 teams relegated in the 2024-2025 Premier League season.
2024.
Leicester.
Nice. Yeah. That'll be one. So again, initially, Arsenal relegated. What? So initially, that question said, name the 3 teams relegated. But again, it was a bit too challenging for people. And also, the way you're going to have is like...
Leicester, Southampton,
and Ipswich. And Ipswich Town. Yeah. So like, part of the reason why I made it easy was also like, if you think about 2026, it's not that hard. But when it gets to 2030... remembering what happened 5 years ago in the Premier League might just be long. I don't remember which team are going to get in. So like me asking name the 3 teams is a bit unfair. But me saying one of the 3, then you can just guess a bit more and just be like,
you get more options. Yeah.
Exactly. So I made it a bit easier. All right, that's the idea behind it anyway. So
I hear it.
Hope you guys are enjoying that. That's gonna be that should probably come out like by the end of this month. It should be out yet. I've got my Chinese.
Like fully out, like
yeah. So I've sent the final design to the Chinese people. They're making it. So,
in the factories.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're being paid responsibly. They're being paid.
Ethical methods only.
Yeah, ethical methods. After all I preach all my life, that'll be hilarious in my content. So once I get that, they'll ship it back to me, and then I've already actually made the but I'll even show you guys the website. I already made a website for it. To sell it, but like I haven't like finalized the website because I need a new box and stuff in it. So like the website's actually called What in the World Games. Thankfully that thing was available. Imagine
you've got a logo and everything in it.
Yeah. I also updated the logo in the final one. So all these things. Oh, I didn't spell it correctly. Lol. So this is what it looks like right now.
I think you're covering.
Yeah, I didn't realize. My bad. Let me just delete this. So this is what it looks like right now. But again, this is the old design. But I'm gonna update it with the new one because this is the old one, so I can't really.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So this is what it looks like right now. What in the World Games? But the name of the game is called Recall itself, so it'll be updated for that.
No. This is good actually. I can't lie. This looks professional. Everything.
I actually made it myself. Yeah. I just sat there for like a week or so. Just spammed it.
Nice.
So then when I get the new updated like cards, I'm gonna like refresh the page, make new videos, promotional videos and stuff like that. and then I'll be encouraging all you people to go and support me. And again, support me, enjoy. Also a way to enjoy the world, isn't it? Like, if you're enjoying what's going on in the world, who's on the phone? If you're enjoying what's going on in the world, like, it's another way to enjoy it, right? Beyond it, we do content, we talk about it, playing games about it, you know. The world, and these things.
Everyone likes general knowledge as well.
Why is your phone so bloody loud? Whose phone is that?
It might be my one. I might have to go, but it's nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Appreciate it. See you later.
Love.
Bye. So that is what I'm working on, guys. Please be ready to support me and encourage my endeavors so I can continue to do more. Thank you, Ahmed, man. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Yeah, when it comes out, you guys be ready for that. Shipping to all UK mainland locations and Isle of Wight or whatever, wherever people ship to anyway.
So if you decide to sell it for £5, you know.
I mean, the price right now it says £24.99. The price will come down. I don't know about £5. Also, because the dice should last forever, right? More or less. So that should count for something. Anyway, on that note, we are approaching 4 hours. Should we do one final question to wrap up?
Yeah.
Let's do. Let me actually do it from the updated questions instead of the old ones, because it's a bit easier that way. New Zealand. This is a category. In 2025, New Zealand cut tariffs on 99% of exports to which Middle Eastern country?
Iran.
Saudi Arabia.
No. So it wouldn't be Iran, right? Because Iran sanctions and stuff.
They've got sanctions.
Saudi.
Syria.
Syria. Not quite.
Qatar.
The UAE. That was close. So yes, it would be. It's the answer to the UAE. Unlucky, but not bad guesses all around though. But again, thank you so much for everyone for playing. I'm gonna start playing it regularly now. So thank you guys for reminding me.
Alrighty.
Every end of lives, maybe even start live. Might start with it just to kick off the live on a really fun note. I'll probably just start coming up with different questions. I don't want to use up all the questions on my game.
Yeah, because we don't need to buy it after that.
Exactly. Once you play it, what's the point of answering the question? So I'll probably think of questions myself just to make you don't get them when you're so you can. So Elias actually got that one right. All right, I'll drop everyone back to the audience and I'll do a final speech before I wrap up.
Bye.
Nice. Oh, Khalik, I mentioned I'm going to be doing the Premier League on Monday. Who wins the Premier League and why?
Okay.
That should be a really fun one. So if you're able to join that one, come and give me your thoughts on who you think is going to win the Premier League. Ahmed, I love the business advice on where I should put the price in. I'll reflect on that. I don't think that's a bad price as well. I want to price it cheap enough where I want it to go really fast. And also it's my first one, right? So I do want to make a profit, but even if I make, how much I spent on it to do it plus, I don't know, 200% or whatever, that's fine by me, which is not a lot actually relative to how much I spent to do it. But I want to be able to establish myself in this space so I can do more of it, because the more money, if I'm able to sell this and start to make more money off it, then I can start making the other versions, because obviously we have a long way to go in terms of all the years going back, and then obviously 2026 is going as well, so I've got to start research on this year's one. So the more money I have to make those different versions, the more variety there is, then obviously the more fun it is as well, because I imagine after I make 2025, I'll probably make a 2020 version, just because 2020 was such a mad year that I think it would be good for us to be able to reflect on the kind of craziness that happened in the year. And so my plan is, once I get 2025 up and running, 2020 is going to be the next one I make. So again, for me to be able to invest in that and have enough enough stock in hand to be able to start selling them, mass producing, then I have to basically make more versions. So having just 1 year's version is not really that fun. Having all the different years and being able to choose between all the different years you want to buy. So despite the fact that I'm going to make all the years, I definitely won't make it in order. I'll probably make 2025, then 2020, then I might reflect on maybe 2000, just to keep it kind of... Exactly, this year was mad. Every year is mad, isn't it? When you start reflecting on all the stuff that happens in a year, especially when you have the kind of political goings on we have with Trump and the reforms and, Dr. Jason, unfortunately, RIP to him. There's always so much stuff to remember from the year. So this is just a good way to memorialize it and just play a game to kind of reflect on what's been going on in the world. Like a lot of us now, for example, I was born in '97. The year 2000, I was 3 years old. I don't really know what's going on. If someone could make a game about like all the interesting that happened, I'd definitely want to play that just to I won't say reminisce because I was 3, so I don't remember, but like just to remind myself and just to kind of oh wow, that happened in the year 2000. No way, that's crazy. So we're enjoying more what we do, modern history, and we're just also having fun as well. What's better than that as a combination? I can't think of anything. If you guys can. 20k likes. Okay, we got to a very, very good place. I think I'm gonna start making 20k likes the minimum for my live streams as well. It really, really helps me, honestly. You guys can do I really, really appreciate it. TikTok really pushes my content and my lives a lot more when I have more and more likes. It just shows an appreciation. The people are really enjoying what's going on here, and so if they are, more people should be enjoying it too. And again, a lot of the people are in here now. I'm really enjoying speaking to. I'm thinking of Khalik, I'm thinking of Lava, Ilyas, Ahmad. I wouldn't have seen you guys if you guys didn't see the live somewhere and try to join. I mean, to be fair, some of you follow me already, so maybe you would have. But like, I say that to say like, it always helps us bring more people in. Which the more diversity of opinion we have, the more richer our conversations are, and I think that's just really the fun of it. If we just have a silo where we all kind of agree with each other and are all saying the same things, let's be honest, it's going to get very boring because there's only so many ways you can say the same thing before it's just like, okay, now we've heard that many, many times. But I do genuinely want to encourage diversity of opinion. And I think one of the ways you do that is just by having a bigger and bigger audience. So thank you for helping me continue to grow. Thank you for continuing to share your opinions, and your presence and audience is really very much appreciated. What out of this work will be a Planet Space edition? There you go. Hey, that's a nice idea. I'm gonna write that down. I won't pay you any royalties though if I make it and it blows. Don't ask me for nothing. I'm gonna be like, I don't know when he said that. I thought that all by myself. I'm joking, but exactly. So you can see the kind of malleability of the brand What in the World. Every day I'm very proud of myself for coming up with that name, because you could flip it all different ways. Like What in the World could refer to like what's going on all around us. What out of this world could be a Planet edition. You could have all sorts of stuff like that, and it could even make it into like a kids game as well. Like, so what out of this world could help kids learn about space and all that kind of stuff, or fun facts about space, and maybe human intervention in space. What year did the human first go to the moon, blah blah blah, and adding that element of game to it is kind of how kids learn it. So I do have plans on world domination, and I can't do that without all of you. So don't worry, when I blow up, I'll share the money. I'm not even joking. I probably would share the money. We'll have massive lavish parties, not the Diddy kind, unless you guys are into that, obviously. But we'll celebrate the success. So thank you so much for being along with me on this journey. Mr. Twig says I've been here since July. I'm gonna start sharing the money based on how long people have been here for. I won't switch up on one of my day ones. So we're white. The Michael Rubin white party. Micah says that's why you have these controversial opinions of views and money. I mean, not really, Micah. I mean, again, I'm selling a card game. There's nothing controversial about that. But Micah, I think if you watch my content enough, I'm sure designers who say I have controversial opinions, I say what I say because I believe in it, and that's why you can't really pin me down to one position. Like on some topics, like Israel and Gaza, I am maybe as left wing as they come. On topics like trans people, some might say I'm a bit right wing. I don't really think it's right wing. I think I'm a reasonable man. But I just say what I genuinely believe. I'm sure if you ask anyone in the audience, that's how I am. People might disagree with me or agree with me. I enjoy talking about it. I love trans people. I love them. I want them to express themselves in any which way they can. That's how I feel about trans people. I don't have any animus towards them personally, needless to say. I just think that there is a conversation to be had about what a lot of people agree to be a problem, and I think if that's the case, then a lot of these people need our help, as opposed to us continuing to affirm and nurture what is clearly a problem for them. That's kind of how I see it. So yes. Mr. Tweak said my presence is a motivator. That's hilarious. So again, I don't hate anyone. And I say this when I appeal my my TikTok violations on Israel. I don't hate Jewish people. You guys, maybe my enemies will clip this one. I don't hate Jewish people. I don't hate Muslim people. I don't hate trans people. I don't hate anyone. Everyone should be able to do whatever they want, and within a safe environment and exist as human beings. That is the bare minimum for society. I think when someone disagrees with you, to call them a grifter. Yeah, exactly, Ilias. There are people that grift generally, but if they're making a coherent point that that people can agree or disagree with, yeah, engage them and tell them why you agree or disagree. I'm guessing sore of shot. You just saw I see my Jason video. Fair enough, bro. If that's what you think, I understand. All right. On that note, it's just over 4 hours. I will leave it here. Thank you so much for everyone for joining and participating. Like I said, as always, nice speaking to you, and hopefully I'll see you guys all on Monday for the absolute belter that is who wins the Premier League. I'm gonna have some rice and beans now. You agree with him? Oh, fair enough. What can I do? I love you nonetheless. Hope I see you in my future live streams. Enjoy your night, bro. Pour one out, all 5. I'm not deleting nothing. That's never happening. I will never delete anything I ever posted, ever, within reason. I can never delete my personal opinions. You want me to silence myself because of something else that happened? Is the media is Sky News gonna delete all their coverage of this as well? No. No one should do that. That's just not what we do in free societies. We express our opinions, and yeah, it's unfortunate that it happened. But do you think my video, how many views did that video even get? Again, I'm proud to take credit when I have influence and stuff, but like my video got like 50 something thousand views. Is it the straw that broke the camel's back? And to be fair, my video was largely positive. I was just saying like he doesn't represent black people or whatever. He does his thing because he does his thing. He doesn't have to be some kind of beacon for all black people. I think that's a sensible position. I don't think he would want that. If anything, that puts him in harm's way. Part of the pressure people put on these people like this is saying like they're meant to be some kind of measuring stick for black people either way. That's pressure. He doesn't want that pressure. Let him just be Jason. Let him just be him. He doesn't have to speak for black people. He doesn't have to be like, oh, all black people are going to be adversely impacted by. No, don't put that pressure on him. You guys are putting pressure on him by saying all this rubbish you're saying. Let him just exist. That's part of the point I was making. He exists. He does a good thing or a bad thing. Exist as you. Like, you don't have to feel like you represent black people or, oh my god, this makes black people look bad. No, it doesn't make anyone look bad. It makes Jason look bad. He's Jason. Alright. Sore off. You sound ridiculous now. I'm not even going to mute you because I'm going to go off now and I don't care. I killed him. Okay. You sound totally ridiculous. But anyway, thank you to everyone, like I said multiple times. And Ilias, you get it. Tragic stuff happening doesn't invalidate a reasoned opinion. It doesn't. Okay? We don't have to reverse engineer and start feeling bad for saying what we want to say. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that right at the end. Anyway, good night to everyone. Have a good weekend and see you all on Monday. Bye.